Chapter 12:18 Above the Emperor Realm. Chapter 12:18 Above the Emperor Realm. Suddenly, a ray of blood-red light flashed, and then a blood-red sword stabbed into the center of the middle-aged man's forehead. His eyes opened wide while his figure moved backwards repeatedly, and his eyes were filled with terror. Yan Yi stood up slowly. He paid no attention to the middle-aged man and gazed at Snowy instead. Yan Yi was moved by the sight of Snowy shivering in his arms. She'd been imprisoned by the Welkin Wolf King in the past, and it made her extremely timid. But even though she was extremely afraid, she hadn't chosen to hide herself this time. Yan Ye's gaze grew even gentler when he thought up to this point. He rubbed her head gently and spoke in a gentle tone. "Don't be afraid. No one can harm you while I'm here." Snowy raised her head slowly and gazed at him when she heard his voice. As soon as she saw him wide awake, her lips shivered before tears started streaming out of her eyes. At the same time that she started crying, the spirit energy in the surroundings instantly grew denser and denser. Yan Yi stroked her face lightly and smiled. "Stop crying, you'll look ugly if you keep crying." Snowy started crying even more. Yan Yi was speechless. After crying for a while, Snow suddenly recalled something. She turned around and glared at the middle-aged man before waving her claws swiftly. Yan Yi, who was an expert in the tongue of beasts, instantly discerned that she was complaining to him. Yan Yi looked up at the middle-aged man. While a sword was stabbed in the man's head, the man still wasn't dead. He was looking at Yan Yi. Besides terror, there was disbelief in the middle-aged man's eyes. Because besides a trace of blood that remained on the corner of Yan Ye's mouth, there seemed to be no injuries on him. As if he knew what the middle-aged man was thinking, Yan Yi patted his chest lightly and said, "See that? The physical body of an Emperor Realm demon beast. It isn't even a problem for this body of mine to take an Emperor rank technique head-on." As soon as Yan Yi finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and the blood-red sword instantly flew out of the middle-aged man's forehead and into his grasp. Once the sword was gone, a string of blood sprayed out like a fountain from the center of his forehead, and only a moment passed before the middle-aged man's eyes closed slowly. At the moment his eyes closed completely, countless strands of spirit energy surged out from within him. Snowy didn't hold back at all. She immediately opened her mouth and sucked, and all the spirit energy within the middle-aged man instantly entered her mouth. Yan Yi waved his hand and the spatial ring on the middle-aged man's hand flew into his grasp. But he immediately frowned upon checking its contents. Because there weren't even 5,000 violet crystals within the spatial ring. There was a huge number of miscellaneous items, but besides the folding fan, he wasn't interested in those miscellaneous items at all. As the leader of a cult, you're actually so poor. TSK. Yan Yi shook his head and gazed at the folding fan. Suddenly, a beam of white light surged out from within it and shot towards Yan Yi. However, it had only just appeared before it was instantly shattered by Yan Ye's sword intent. "You really do possess intelligence of your own." Yan Yi sized it up. At this moment, it was shivering because it was being suppressed by Yan Ye's rebirth rank sword intent. The folding fan was completely jade white. When Yan Yi looked carefully at it, he noticed that the frame of the fan was made by the bones of an unknown beast. Besides that, the fan itself wasn't made of paper, it was made of soft leather. It was extremely soft and smooth like the skin of a baby. There were strange symbols inscribed on both sides of the fan, and when Yan Ye's profound energy surged into the fan, the symbols instantly emanated a dazzling beam of light that shot up into the sky. As he gazed at the beam of light that shot up into the sky, a grin curled up on the corners of Yan Ye's mouth. "Not bad!" Yan Yi placed the folding fan in his spatial ring, flipped his palm, and the blood-red shield appeared there. It was naturally the shield he'd obtained from the head snatcher. Yan Yi was extremely surprised by the ability of the shield because it had blocked off his ultimate version of death by a thought and heavenrend. Moreover, it had done it in succession. As soon as the blood-red shield appeared, the smell of blood assaulted Yan Ye's face. However, it was nothing to Yan Yi. The shield was circular, completely blood-red like heaven's gravestone, and it seemed like it was forged from blood. There was a handle at the inner side of the shield, and it was just nice for it to be held with one hand. Besides that, there wasn't anything special on the shield. However, Yan Yi knew that while the shield and fan were emperor-rank treasures, the shield was definitely superior to the fan. Yan Yi pondered deeply for an instant before he flicked a drop of blood into it. In an instant, the shield seemed like it had come to life. Suddenly, a blood-red ray of light erupted from it, and then a thin blood-red barrier of light covered the shield. As for the shield beneath the barrier, it was like an ocean of blood. Blood was surging within it, and it was a shocking sight to behold. Not bad! Not bad indeed! A smile curled up on the corners of Yan Ye's mouth. The shield was extremely suitable to him. With the shield combined with the physical defenses he possessed, he could practically become immune to the attacks of emperors. Yan Yi put the shield away, gazed at Snowy, and smiled. Violet crystals! He'd killed 7 emperors earlier. In other words, she'd definitely produced 70,000 violet crystals. 70,000. How many experts could those create? Unfortunately, Jian Su and the others had killed many emperors, but Snowy hadn't been able to absorb those. Because the situation had been too chaotic, so he didn't dare let her leave his side. Snowy blinked when she heard him, and then she started waving her claws swiftly. In next to no time, numerous violet crystals appeared in front of Yan Yi. It didn't take long for them to pile up into a small mountain. Yan Yi roared with laughter as he gazed at the violet crystals. After that, he took Snowy in his arms and kissed her. Snowy's face instantly flushed red, but she didn't hide herself this time. She learned from Yan Ye's example and wrapped her arms around his face before kissing him on the nose. Yan Yi roared with laughter once more. He waved his right hand and put the violet crystals away, and then his figure shot towards Doomsday City while holding Snowy in his arms. Doomsday City? At this moment, Jian Su and the others were looking up at the sky. They were waiting for Yan Yi. It wasn't just them, everyone else throughout Doomsday City was doing the same. Even though the battle had ended with a huge victory for the Sword Alliance. However, if Yan Yi didn't return, then the huge victory was just momentary, and the entire Sword Alliance would split apart in an instant. The Sword Alliance was formed from many forces like mercenaries, sword cultivators, independent cultivators, and the past members of the Sword God's Palace. All of them had joined the Sword Alliance for a single person, Yan Yi. If Yan Yi was gone and someone else took his position as Sword Master, then would they acknowledge that person? Did anyone but Yan Yi possess the ability to assume the position of Sword Master? Finally, a ray of light appeared in the sky. Everyone throughout Doomsday City seethed with excitement at the sight of it, and countless cheered in unison. Their voices surged through the clouds. Meanwhile, Jian Su and the others heaved sighs of relief as well because Yan Ye's return represented that the Sword Alliance had truly won. At the moment Dugu Tianwei saw Yan Yi, the worry in his heart was instantly relieved. It was his wife who decided that Violet Thistle City should work together with the Sword Alliance, and he'd been slightly against it. Because the Sword Alliance seemed to have no chance to win, no matter what. However, he'd chosen to listen to his wife in the end. Because his wife could see much farther than him, and was more discerning. The facts proved that it was true. Choosing the Sword Alliance was a huge gamble for Violet Thistle City. If they won, its status would rise sharply. If it lost, then it would cease to exist. Now, it won the gamble. Doomsday City, the Sword Master Hall. Yan Yi sat at the seat of the host while Jian Su, Yi Luyun, and the others were seated below him. Yan Ye's gaze descended onto Dugu Tianwei. How many emperors did Violet Thistle City lose? Dugu Tianwei pondered deeply for a moment and said, 2. 2. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Violet Thistle City had only 5 emperors, yet it had lost 2 in a single battle. Needless to say, it was a huge loss. As for the Sword Alliance, even though it had lost almost 10 emperors, they were all puppets. There was a gap between the strengths of puppets and actual emperors. After all, puppets were just puppets in the end, and they were naturally incomparable to real people. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a short moment and said, City Governor Dugu, I, Yan Yi, will remember your Violet Thistle City's help. As he spoke, he flicked a spatial ring over to Dugu Tianwei. There are 10,000 violet crystals in there. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Dugu Tianwei hesitated for a moment and said, I'll decline the violet crystals, but I have a request. I hope that sword master will agree. Go ahead. Yan Yi smiled. Right, I'm brothers with Dugu Jian, so just call me Yan Yi. Dugu Tianwei glanced at Yan Yi, and then he nodded. Frostwind City, Dark Sky Sect, and the Dark Wada Sect have been rendered powerless, and my Violet Thistle City wants to take over the Dark Sky Sect. Of course, just forget it if you have other plans. I hope that this doesn't affect the friendship between our Violet Thistle City and the Sword Alliance. Yi Luyun frowned slightly. The Dark Sky Sect was a diamond rank power, so it had a divine grade spirit vein and countless other resources. Even though Violet Thistle City had really helped the Sword Alliance, such a request was a little too much. Because if Violet Thistle City were to fight the Dark Sky Sect on its own, then even if it won, it would have been a Pyrrhic victory. Yet now, Yan Yi had killed all the emperors of the Dark Sky Sect, so they just had to stretch out their hand and take the Dark Sky Sect. Yi Luyun was about to speak when Yan Yi suddenly smiled. All right. If you encounter any problems when taking over the Dark Sky Sect, just say the word and my Sword Alliance will lend you a hand. Yi Luyun glanced at Yan Yi when she heard him, but she didn't say anything. Dugu Tianwei glanced at Yan Yi and said, Thank you. Yan Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Dugu Tianwei. City Governor Dugu, do you know where the World Devastator cult's headquarters are? Dugu Tianwei asked. You intend to destroy it? Of course. Yan Yi continued. One must always pull weeds out by the roots. Pull weeds out by the roots, huh? Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky above the city. You don't have to go through all that trouble. I've come myself. As soon as the voice resounded, a wave of pressure suddenly appeared in the hall. At this moment, all the emperors here couldn't move. As for the quasi-emperors, they were pressed flat on the ground and were shivering incessantly. The expressions of everyone here had instantly changed drastically. An expert at the Voida Realm. The World Devastator cult has an expert at the Voida Realm. Dugu Tianwei's eyes were filled with despair. Chapter 12:19 I'll be there even if the sky collapses. Chapter 12:19 I'll be there even if the sky collapses. Everyone here was immobilized by the pressure. It wasn't just Dugu Tianwei, practically everyone here had despair in their eyes. The realm above the Emperor Realm was the Voida Realm, and it had been numerous years since such an expert had appeared on Dark Hell Continent. It wasn't that such experts didn't exist, it was that they had never shown themselves. Ordinary things were unable to arouse the attention of experts at such a level. So, most people on the continent had unconsciously forgotten their existence. But they had never imagined that the World Devastator cult actually possessed a voider. Despair. Everyone including Yi Luyun felt despair. Yan Ye's strength was heaven-defying and capable of annihilating emperors in an instant, but he was just a saint in the end. She was confident that if Yan Yi was given more time, then he would definitely be able to rival voiders. Yet now, the gap in their cultivation was too huge. Yi Luyun wasn't the only one with such thoughts, everyone else here was of the same mind. Bang! Suddenly a strand of sword intent swept out from Yan Yi, and then everyone felt relieved and returned to normal. A voice came from outside the hall. Rebirth rank sword intent. It's extraordinary indeed. All the experts within the hall gazed at Yan Yi. Yan Yi stood up slowly, glanced at them, smiled, and then started walking out of the hall. All of them were at a loss for words. Right when Yan Yi was about to leave the hall, Nan Shuang suddenly walked over to his side. Yan Yi gazed at her while she looked him in the eyes and said, I'll go with you. Yan Yi grinned. Are you not afraid? She gazed at him and told him the truth. I am. Yan Yi gazed at her for a short while before he nodded. Then let's go together. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun walked over and stood behind Yan Yi. It didn't take long for Dugu Jian, Qin Zhuyao, and the others to do the same. In next to no time, everyone within the hall was standing behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned around, glanced at them, and smiled. Don't act like I'm going to die. There's no need to worry, I'll be there even if the sky collapses. As soon as he finished speaking, he took Nan Shuang's hand and walked out of the hall. The others quickly followed him. In the sky above Doomsday City, an old man in blue and white robes stood proudly in the sky. His figure was ramrod straight, and his eyes were sharp like a blade, causing others to dare not look directly in his eyes. A ray of light flashed, and Yang Yi appeared before the old man. When Yang Yi arrived before the old man, an invisible aura smashed down towards Yang Yi like 100 mountains. It was invisible, but everyone could feel it. It was an aura that was countless times stronger than the aura of an emperor. Suddenly, Rebirth Realm Sword Intent appeared in front of Yang Yi, and the old man's aura was immediately obstructed. However, the space around Yang Yi and the old man started to ripple violently while arm-thick cracks appeared incessantly around them. Moreover, those cracks were spreading at an alarming rate. The spectators on the ground below clenched their fists and watched anxiously. No matter what, Yang Yi was their only hope. A moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi's rebirth rank sword intent and the old man's aura vanished at the same time. The old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You're the best in the younger generation throughout the last 10,000 years. You're too kind." Yang Yi continued, "You didn't attack right away, so I presume that you have something to say. Please do tell." The old man said, "I was in closed-door cultivation, and they suddenly came to get me. Never had I expected that when I emerged and had a look, the cult leader and dozens of emperors had died miserably. Yet all of this was done by a saint and the Sword Alliance that I've never heard of. I was curious, extremely curious. Now that I've met you, I have to admit that they didn't die unjustly. While you're a saint, ordinary emperors are of no threat to you while you possess rebirth rank sword intent." A strange smile curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth when he spoke up to this point. But I felt even more pleasant surprise. Pleasant surprise? Yang Yi was slightly stunned. "You were pleasantly surprised that I killed so many from the World Devastator cult?" The old man chuckled. "Something like that." He glanced at Doomsday City before looking at Yang Yi. "I'm sure you don't want to fight me here, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "Of course." "Then come with me." The old man vanished on the spot. Yang Yi was about to leave, but Yi Luyun suddenly shouted, "Sword Master!" Yang Yi looked down and noticed that everyone was looking at him. Yang Yi smiled. "Once I leave, Luyun will manage all affairs within the Sword Alliance. As for the affairs outside the Sword Alliance, Senior Jian Su will manage them. These are my orders, and no one is allowed to defy them. Luyun and Senior Jian Su, you can kill anyone who dares to disobey these orders and report them later." "Understood." Everyone within the city bowed respectfully towards Yang Yi and spoke in unison. "You'll definitely come back." Meanwhile, Nan Shuang suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "Definitely, right?" A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "What would you do if I didn't?" Nan Shuang hadn't expected that Yang Yi would ask this question. She was stunned for a moment before she muttered, I don't know." Death silence filled the surroundings once Yang Yi left. A long time later, Yi Luyun took a deep breath and said, "Attend to your own duties. Don't let the Sword Master see the city in a mess when he returns." "Yes." All of them didn't dare hesitate, and immediately agreed. However, the worry in their eyes couldn't be concealed. Moreover, the eyes of many had even narrowed, and only they knew what they were thinking. High above in the sky, Yang Yi was flying swiftly on his sword, and the space around him was trembling. Meanwhile, the old man wasn't too far ahead. However, no matter how Yang Yi sped up, he wasn't able to catch up to the old man. Even if he utilized the Void Flash technique, he still couldn't catch up to the old man. The old man was just in front of him, but the old man was so out of reach. Yang Yi's face grew solemn. He'd naturally met a Void Realm expert in the past. That expert who fought Lady at the Radiant Dimension was probably one. However, Yang Yi hadn't fought that expert. Actually, they had fought, but it had only been that expert's clone in the beginning, and Lady had shown herself when that expert's real body had arrived. So, he didn't know how strong Avoider was. But he knew that Avoid was definitely very strong. However, he was very strong now as well. If it were in the past, then he would definitely be incapable of fighting such an expert, but he wanted to give it a try now. After over 2 hours passed, the old man suddenly stopped, and then Yang Yi appeared around 300 m behind the old man. At this moment, they were surrounded by a desert that stretched out for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in all directions. The old man turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, and he nodded slightly. Your sword techniques aren't bad. Especially when they are enhanced by rebirth rank sword intent, Yang Yi replied. But I still wasn't as fast as you. I've lived for so many years. The old man shrugged. Come. Let me see how strong you are. As you wish. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. Heaven's gravestone appeared in his grasp, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot towards the old man. The ultimate version of death by a thought. Yang Yi naturally had to fight seriously when facing such an expert. The blood-red sword energy was extremely swift and instantly arrived before the old man, but it was stopped by 2 fingers. The old man tapped Yang Yi's sword, and just those 2 fingers caused Yang Yi to be unable to advance even an inch further. A sword of slaughter at the void rank. What a surprise! The old man flicked lightly once he finished speaking. Lem. The blood-red sword shook violently while Yang Yi was blasted away. Even though that move wasn't bad, it's far from enough. The old man put both his hands behind his back and spoke indifferently. Come! Show me your true strength. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly arrived before the old man and drew his sword. 200 overlapped heaven rands. The ground below the old man instantly collapsed and formed an almost 3 kilometers deep hole. As for the old man, he hadn't dodged at all, and he's just raised his hand and tapped it forward. Bang! The entire sky shook violently as Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away. However, the old man had taken a few steps back as well. That attack wasn't bad. Ordinary emperors would really be incapable of resisting it. The old man gazed at Yang Yi with slight surprise in his eyes. Yang Yi didn't launch another attack and just said, Those 2 attacks were my strongest. I'm done. I think so too. The old man nodded, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Do you know why I didn't kill you right away? Yang Yi replied. I really do. A smile curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth. Your body is comparable to an Emperor Realm Demon Beast, and you possess Void rank Slaughter intent and Rebirth rank Sword intent. Besides that, you have a Sword of Slaughter at the Void rank. Right, that sword sheath of yours isn't ordinary as well. The sword alliance you created is still passable as well, and it has huge potential. The most important factor is your natural talent. You've attained such accomplishments at such a young age. Your natural talent is absolutely one of the best in the last 10,000 years. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. What are you trying to say? The smile on the old man's face slowly widened. Do you know why I was cultivating behind closed doors? Because my lifespan is almost exhausted. I know my limitations well. The Voider realm is my limit. If I want to continue living, then there's only one way to accomplish that, and it's to seize the body of another. Seize another's body. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. You want to take my body? Of course. A smile of madness gradually crept up on the old man's face. I'd intended to find someone within my World Devastator cult, but no one was satisfactory. Fortunately, you appeared. The Heaves are truly on my side. Yang Yi blinked. A moment later, he turned around and fled. Trying to flee? It's too late now. The old man stretched out his hand and grabbed while he spoke. Yang Yi was instantly restrained on the spot by a mysterious force. It didn't take long for the old man to appear before him and smile ferociously. Don't worry, once I gain control over your body, I'll lead your sword alliance to become the #1 power on the continent. Besides that, I'll take good care of your women. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's soul shot into the center of Yang Ye's forehead. Chapter 12:20 You reap what you sow. Chapter 12:20 You reap what you sow. The old man hadn't noticed the grin which curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth once his soul entered the center of Yang Ye's forehead. As soon as the old man's soul entered through the center of Yang Ye's forehead, he started to seize control over Yang Ye's body. The first thing he did was attempt to devour Yang Ye's soul. However, the tiny vortex within Yang Ye suddenly started to spin madly. It didn't take long for the old man's astonished voice to resound within Yang Ye's mind. What's that? What is that? What the heck is that? What the hell is that? Make it stop! Quickly make it stop! The old man's incessant begging resounded in Yang Ye's mind. Was Yang Ye a fool? He was naturally not a fool. So, the tiny vortex spun even faster than before. Quickly! Quickly make it stop! The old man's voice sounded like a shrill cry this time. The old man's voice weakened slowly. Around 15 minutes later, the old man's voice couldn't be heard at all. Meanwhile, Yang Ye opened his eyes slowly, and a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the old man's corpse. You reap what you sow! Was the old man very strong? Yes, extremely strong. It could be said that unless he executed the true form of Heavenrand and the Cheongchi woke up, otherwise he wouldn't be a match for the old man at all. However, he hadn't expected that the old man actually wanted to seize his body. That was absolutely good news to Yang Ye. Why? Because the old man was courting death. If it was a battle in the outside world, then it would probably be impossible for him to resist the old man even if he utilized the tiny vortex. Because its strength and injuries hadn't been restored completely. After all, it had to rely on Lady's help to suppress and seal Cheongchi that day. But the old man was definitely stronger than Cheongchi was in his injured state that day. However, Yang Ye had never expected the old man would actually make his soul leave his own body and try to seize Yang Ye's body. Once the soul left the body, while it still possessed a certain amount of strength, that strength was at least 70 or 80% weaker than what it was. Because without the body to act as a medium, unless it was an expert who specialized in the cultivation of the soul, it would be impossible for the soul of that expert to execute any techniques. On the other hand, Yang Ye's body was the tiny vortex's territory. So, wasn't the old man courting death? Of course, if he didn't have the tiny vortex, then the old man would have a huge chance at success. Because Yang Ye's soul couldn't resist the old man's soul at all. But the problem was he possessed the tiny vortex. Erased from existence. That was the fate that the old man suffered. Such a method of death might not have ever occurred throughout the history of Dark Hell Continent. Yang Ye sized up the old man's corpse, shook his head, and said to himself, "What a pity!" Because the old man's corpse couldn't be refined into a sword servant. He needed the soul to be intact in order to refine the corpse into a sword servant. He needed a soul that didn't possess a consciousness of its own. But the corpse before him had no soul, so it was impossible to refine it into a sword servant. A sword servant at the Void Realm was gone just like that. Yang Ye didn't just feel that it was a pity, his heart hurt. After feeling regretful for some time, Yang Ye's gaze descended onto the spatial ring on the old man's finger. He waved his hand, and it flew into his grasp. Yang Ye gazed at it and spoke softly. "I hope there are some nice treasures in there." As he spoke, his divine sense swept through it, and then Yang Ye was stunned. Because his divine sense was actually unable to see through it. Yang Ye looked at it carefully. He noticed that the spatial ring had a spirit barrier within it. Yang Ye pondered deeply for a moment before he flicked over a strand of sword intent that enveloped the spatial ring. Around 10 minutes passed before a slight crack arose from it. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth when he heard that sound, and his divine sense entered the spatial ring. It didn't take long for Yang Ye's smile to widen. Because the spatial ring actually had 30,000 violet crystals within it. Besides that, there was a golden spear and a golden axe. Both of them were quasi-emperor rank weapons. Even though the rest of the treasures within the spatial ring weren't bad, they were beneath his notice. Such treasures! Yan Yi put the spatial ring away and glanced at the surroundings, and then his figure flashed down to the ground. He hadn't chosen to leave because he felt that he was about to advance. It wasn't because he wanted to. It was merely because his accumulations had arrived at a certain level. What was the fastest way to improve one's strength? It isn't meditating and cultivating, of course. It was battle. Battle was the fastest way to improve one's strength. Which extraordinary genius hadn't experienced hundreds of battle? Yan Yi was the same. Not to mention the battles of the past, even if just the present was considered, he'd practically never stopped fighting since he arrived at this world. Actually, such frequent battles were extremely beneficial to him. Because it didn't just improve his combat experience, it was even able to constantly stimulate the potential within him. Yan Yi didn't charge into the quasi-emperor realm, and he suppressed himself instead. Even though advancing into a mid-rank saint would improve his strength tremendously, if he were to look at it in terms of his long-term interests, then the disadvantages would actually outweigh the benefits. He naturally believed what Lady told him. The important matter at hand for him wasn't to charge into the quasi-emperor or emperor realm, and it was to consolidate his foundation. Once his foundation was consolidated, advancing his realm of cultivation wouldn't be difficult at all. After all, there was no eye of the heaven Tao to obstruct him here. Yan Ye's aura was growing incessantly, but it didn't take long for his aura to be suppressed. However, just a while passed before his aura grew once more. Just like that, Yan Ye's aura entered into an incessant cycle of growing and being suppressed. Actually, his foundation was extremely solid when compared to many. However, it was much inferior when compared to those top-rate geniuses like Lady. For the sake of preventing any potential troubles from arising in the future, he had to suppress himself for now. Countless people in this world wished for nothing more than to see their strength improve quickly, and it was even to the extent that they stopped at nothing in order to improve their cultivation. While one couldn't say that none acted like Yan Yi and intentionally suppressed themselves from advancing, it was absolutely rare. Just like that, time trickled by. Chapter 12:21 Revolt. Chapter 12:21 Revolt. Doomsday City? At this moment, it wasn't bustling as it had been. The atmosphere in the city was heavy while gloominess covered practically everyone's faces. Even though they were extremely confident in Yan Yi, he wasn't facing an emperor this time, it was a voider. Emperors couldn't be compared to such an expert at all. Could Yan Yi return alive? That was what everyone wondered. It didn't take long for a day to pass, but Yan Yi still hadn't returned. A second day passed, but Yan Yi still hadn't returned. At this moment, many people in the city weren't able to restrain themselves any longer. But the city was still very calm, and no trouble had arisen. The third day passed, but there was still no sign of Yan Yi. Now, news about Yan Ye's death started to spread through the city. In the beginning, only a few were spreading it, but it didn't take long for more and more to do so. Panic started to arise in the city. Once the fourth day passed, the news of Yan Ye's death was practically being spread throughout the city. Swordmaster Hall. Yi Luyun sat before a wooden table, and a huge mountain of scrolls was laid out on the table. There were naturally numerous problems to deal with when managing a city. These problems included the living arrangements and the distribution of both cultivation resources and assignments. Besides that, there were countless other miscellaneous problems. Yan Yi didn't have the time to deal with all of that, so all of that responsibility had fallen onto Yi Luyun. Of course, it was impossible for her to personally deal with everything. However, she had to make the decisions for some things. That was something she requested herself. Because a city, and especially a city like Doomsday City, had numerous different factions within it. If some things weren't managed well, it was very likely for it to give rise to chaos. There were many things that couldn't be suppressed with strength. Big Sister Luyun, rest for a while. Meanwhile, Nan Shuang suddenly arrived by Yi Luyun's side, and there was pain in her eyes as she gazed at Yi Luyun. because it was all thanks to Yi Luyun that Doomsday City was able to function in such an orderly manner. Yi Luyun glanced at Nan Shuang and smiled. I'm fine. Go on and enjoy yourself. Nan Shuang shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and said, Big Sister Luyun, he will come back, right? Yi Luyun's figure stiffened. A short while later, she was about to speak when a group suddenly walked into the hall. Yi Luyun frowned because she'd given the order that no one was allowed to enter without her approval. The group was full of familiar faces. It included Elder Mo's group from the Snow Lion Mercs, the Wolf Soul Mercs that were the first to join the Sword Alliance, and some independent cultivators. All of them were quasi-emperors. Over 70 of them. Yi Luyun's gaze descended onto Elder Mo. Elder Mo, what's the meaning of this? Elder Mo and Yuan Feng exchanged glances. In the end, Elder Mo spoke. Counselor Yi, we're here today to find out if the Sword Master has returned. Yi Luyun replied. No, but he should be back soon. Soon? Elder Mo chuckled. Counselor Yi, we're all intelligent people. Would anyone even believe that? Yi Luyun stood up slowly and looked Elder Mo in the eyes. What do you want? Elder Mo looked her in the eyes. Merc Leader Yi, I'll just get straight to the point. The Sword Master will definitely not be able to return. Yi Luyun's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you realize what you're saying? Of course. Elder Mo continued. Merc Leader Yi, wake up. It was a Void Realm expert. Even though the Sword Master is extremely stronger, can he fight a Voider? Since there has been no news of him for so many days, he has definitely fallen. How dare you! Nan Shuang shouted furiously. Old man Mo! Are you trying to revolt? Revolt? Elder Mo glanced coldly at Nan Shuang. Little girl, there's no place for you to speak here. Fuck off. You. Nan Shuang was about to speak when Yi Luyun stopped her and said, Elder Mo, just tell me why you're here. Elder Mo took a deep breath, and then he and the others behind him bowed slightly to Yi Luyun. Merc Leader Yi, a house can't be without a master, and a kingdom can't be without a king. The Sword Alliance is without a leader, and we're willing to acknowledge you as the master of the Sword Alliance. Nan Shuang was stunned. She turned around to gaze at Yi Luyun, and there was a trace of vigilance in her eyes. Yi Luyun's eyes narrowed slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Elder Mo added, Merc Leader Yi, the World Devastator cult, the 2 cities, and the 2 sects have suffered heavy injuries. It's exactly the right moment for our Sword Alliance to rise to prominence. As for those sword cultivators and emperors, they joined the Sword Alliance because of Yang Yi. Since Yang Yi has fallen, they'll definitely leave as well. Merc Leader Yi, you just have to nod, and the Sword Alliance will belong to us from now on. Yi Luyun asked. All of you've been planning this for a long time? Elder Mo replied. Not very long. However, Doomsday City is within our control now. Anyone with other intentions or those who refuse to agree have been restrained by us. That includes the Phoenix Mercs and some independent cultivators. We've restrained all of them. Now, it all depends on whether you agree. Big Sister Luyun. Nan Shuang gazed at Yi Luyun while the vigilance in her eyes grew stronger. Because she knew that Yi Luyun had a puppet at the Emperor Realm. If Yi Luyun utilized it, then even if it couldn't annihilate them, it could get both of them safely out of here. However, Yi Luyun hadn't utilized it. Why? Because she might have the intent to accept their offer. Elder Mo continued. Merc Leader Yi, let's just be frank. Even though we've restrained most people in the city, many of them carry various different intentions. But if you were to step forward, then I'm certain that they'll support you unconditionally. Because you're Yang Ye's representative in their hearts, and your words are equivalent to his. Yi Luyun clenched her fists while she seemed to be visibly moved. Yuan Feng hurriedly spoke when he noticed this. Merc Leader Yi, we aren't betraying Yang Yi. He's dead, so it isn't necessary to continue waiting for a dead man, right? So long as we work together, the Sword Alliance will definitely become the #1 power throughout the continent in the future. Because no power dares to offend the Sword Alliance now. Moreover, we have 2 divine-grade spirit veins and a saint-grade spirit vein in the city. So long as we stay united and work together, the continent will be ours. You ungrateful bastards. Meanwhile, Nan Shuang pointed at Elder Mo's group and shouted furiously. Have you no heart? If it wasn't for Yang Yi, all of you would have been crushed by the Dark Sky sect. If it wasn't for Yang Yi, all of you would still be risking your lives every day. If it wasn't for Yang Yi, most of you would have never had the chance to advance into the quasi-emperor realm. Now all of you actually intend to revolt? All of you. Shut your mouth. Elder Mo suddenly roared with fury. His gaze descended onto Nan Shuang while a trace of ferocity arose in his eyes. You had Yang Yi backing you, so your status in the city was special, and you looked down upon us. We've been unable to stand the sight of you for a long time now. Now Yang Yi isn't here to support you, so let me see who can save you now. As he spoke, he waved his right hand and added, Capture her. You can do with her as you will. It doesn't matter no matter what you do. As soon as he gave the order, some of the quasi-emperor realm mercenaries behind Elder Mo started walking in Nan Shuang's direction. Nan Shuang's face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly gazed at Yi Luyun, but Yi Luyun just lowered her head slightly and remained silent. Chapter 12:22 I can act like an Azura as well. Chapter 12:22 I can act like an Azura as well. Wait. Yi Luyun spoke abruptly. Everyone gazed at her. Nan Shuang heaved a sigh of relief while a cold glow flickered in Elder Mo and the others' eyes, and they revealed displeased expressions. Yi Luyun glanced at Elder Mo's group and said, Are all of you in that much of a rush? Elder Mo laughed coldly. Merc Leader Yi, the Sword Alliance has grown to a certain extent, and coupled with the fact that it has made a name for itself, it can be said that the Sword Alliance's future is limitless. I'm confident that many others within the Sword Alliance are prepared to take over the Sword Alliance, and that probably includes you, Merc Leader Yi. If we don't act now, then we probably wouldn't get anything once the others make a move. Yuan Feng spoke as well. Merc Leader Yi, we aren't betraying Yang Yi, and we're just seeing a way out for ourselves. You were once appointed as the Counselor of the Sword Alliance by Yang Yi, and your reputation in the city is extremely great. You'll stand just below him and above everyone else. If you join forces, then the Sword Alliance will be yours. Yi Luyun glanced at Yuan Feng and said, Merc Leader Yuan, you were the first to join Yang Yi, so I never expected you to do this. Hasn't Yang Yi been good to all of you? Techniques and violet crystals have always been treasures that only disciples of the diamond rank powers possessed, yet all of you possess it now. All of you. That was like giving alms to beggars. Elder Mo interrupted Yi Luyun and spoke fiercely. Merc Leader Yi, even you know that Merc Leader Yuan was the first to follow him. But just take a look, who is Merc Leader Yuan within the Sword Alliance? He's no one. It isn't just him. Just take a look at us, what are we within the Sword Alliance? He pointed at Nan Shuang at this point and said, Our status in the Sword Alliance can't even compare to that bitch. What has she done for the Sword Alliance? Nothing. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng spoke coldly. Merc Leader Yi, your status is higher than us, and we acknowledge it because your ability is extraordinary indeed. However, why does she, Nan Shuang, possess status that surpasses us? Moreover, she always gets the most violet crystals when Yang Yi distributes them. What makes her so special? Nan Shuang clenched her fists and remained silent. Of course. Elder Mo continued. That's just one of the problems. There are many other things that Yang Yi didn't do fairly. Fortunately, we don't have to care about his opinion now. Now, we decide everything in the Sword Alliance. Merc Leader Yi, let me ask you one last time, are you willing to be the master of the Sword Alliance? Yi Luyun shook her head lightly. As expected, a person's desire can never be satisfied. Elder Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Merc Leader Yi, there's really no need for you to persist here for that fellow Yang Ye's sake. He's a dead man now. Is it even worth going against the living for the sake of the dead? Merc Leader Yi, even if you refuse to think about yourself, you should think about the members of your Soul Eater Mercs, right? Meanwhile, an old man led a few dozen others into the hall. Nan Shuang's expression changed when she saw them, and she unconsciously took a few steps back. Because they were the members of the Soul Eater Mercs. The old man led them over to Yi Luyun, and he said, "Little girl, you've done so much for Yang Yi. He's dead now, so there's no need to continue. Shut your mouth." Suddenly Yi Luyun shouted. She stared fixedly at the old man while tears rolled down her face. No wonder I didn't receive any information when such a sudden change occurred in the city. So, all of you who were my eyes and ears have become traitors as well. Uncle Ling, why? Why have you chosen to be a traitor? Why? Why did you have to do this? As she finished speaking, Yi Luyun was practically howling. The old man said, "Little girl, we're doing this for your own good. You did all you could for the Sword Alliance, but what did you get in return? Just meaningless reputation. With the ability you possess, it's entirely sufficient for you to be the master of the Sword Alliance. You..." "Shut up." Yi Luyun suddenly walked over to the old man. Her eyes were completely red while pain covered her face. A long time passed before she suddenly knelt down slowly and said, "Sword Master, I'm willing to exchange my life for Uncle Ling and the others." Everyone here frowned and felt puzzled. Suddenly a voice resounded, "I'll think about it." The bodies of everyone within the hall instantly stiffened when they heard this voice. Besides Nan Shuang, a strand of panic suffused the hearts of everyone else within the hall, and some even slumped down on the ground. Because it was Yang Ye's voice. Yang Yi walked into the hall. Elder Mo, Yuan Feng, and the others' expressions became extremely unsightly when they saw Yang Yi, and their bodies couldn't help but shiver. They were all quasi-emperors, so they naturally possessed extraordinary strength and mental strength. However, Yang Yi was too terrifying. He wasn't just terrifying because of his strength, it was because of how he did things. "Flee!" Suddenly, one of them shouted, and then his figure shot towards the exit. However, he hadn't even moved 1 kilometer away when his head flew up into the air. The others who wanted to flee had instantly discarded such a thought when they witnessed this scene. After all, Yang Yi could kill emperors in an instant, let alone them? Yang Yi ignored everyone here, and then his gaze descended onto Nan Shuang. Nan Shuang was looking at him as well. 2 streams of tears gradually seeped out from Nan Shuang's eyes, and it didn't take long for her to run forward and hug Yang Yi. I thought you weren't coming back." Yang Yi patted her back lightly and smiled. "Didn't I tell you? I'll definitely be back." Nan Shuang took a step back and looked up at Yang Yi. "Did you get back here a long time ago?" Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, "What do you think?" "You definitely did." She glared at him. Yang Yi smiled and was about to speak. Suddenly, Dugu Jian, Qin Zhuyao, and the other sword cultivators suddenly walked into the hall. They instantly heaved sighs of relief in their hearts when they saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi was the Sword Alliance's pillar of spiritual support. If Yang Yi was gone, the Sword Alliance would definitely collapse, and they would leave the Sword Alliance. The reason they were staying in the Sword Alliance was Yang Yi and Yang Yi alone. Only Yang Yi could make them stay willingly. Because Yang Yi was the goal that every sword cultivator pursued. After Dugu Jian and the others arrived, Jian Su, Jian Ji, Jian Feng, and the others arrived. Jian Su gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I thought you wouldn't be coming back." Yang Yi chuckled. "I was almost unable to come back." Jian Su glanced at Yang Yi and didn't ask him how he managed to come back alive. He glanced at Yuan Feng and the others, and then he said, "We didn't interfere because these are internal affairs. You said that Luyun would manage the internal affairs. Of course, most importantly, if you didn't return, then the matters of the Sword Alliance would have no relation to us at all. Because we would leave." They were just like Dugu Jian and the others, they joined the Sword Alliance because of Yang Yi. After all, the Sword Alliance would only have hope if it had Yang Yi. While it was still a colossus in the eyes of Yuan Feng's group, even if Yang Yi was gone, they felt that it couldn't even be considered a third-rate power if Yang Yi was gone. They were following Yang Yi because they had a common goal with Yang Yi, and they weren't doing it for tiny benefits like Elder Mo and the others. If Yang Yi was gone, they would naturally leave. Or to be a little straightforward, staying in the Sword Alliance that was without Yang Yi would be a complete waste of their time and effort. Yang Yi nodded and said, "I understand." As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Luyun, who was kneeling at the side. "You knew I was still alive?" He hadn't notified anyone of his return to Doomsday City, but Yi Luyun knew that he was back. She spoke softly. "The puppet!" Yang Yi instantly came to an understanding. He'd left the remaining Emperor Realm sword servants to Yi Luyun before he left. As the actual master of those sword servants, they would definitely cease to work once he died. But those sword servants were still working until now, and it proved that Yang Yi was alive. Yang Yi glanced at Yi Luyun, and then he stretched out his hand to help her up. Men should never kneel, and it's the same for women. Don't kneel easily, understand? Yi Luyun glanced at Yang Yi, and she was about to speak, yet Yang Yi spoke first. "You want me to spare the Soul Eater mercs?" She nodded in response. Meanwhile, Elder Mo Yuan Feng and the others knelt down before Yang Yi and spoke in unison. "Sword Master, we realize our mistakes. Please spare us." Flee? How? Not to mention that Yang Yi had 7 emperors on his side, just Yang Yi alone was sufficient to crush them. There was only one way for them to live, and it was to beg for mercy. Yang Yi glanced at Yuan Feng and the others. "I considered all of you to be one of my own, and I thought that all of you would do the same. But I underestimated the human heart. Humans are like this, they are never satisfied. Sword Master, I was mistaken, I was truly mistaken." Meanwhile, Yuan Feng slapped himself a few times in succession and said, "Please consider our relationship in the past and spare me. Please be merciful. Sword Master, please be merciful." The others behind Yuan Feng laid flat on the ground and begged for mercy. Jian Su, Dugu Jian, and the others remained silent. "Sword Master." Meanwhile, Yi Luyun hesitated for a moment and intended to say something. However, Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "I, Yang Yi, never betray those who don't betray me. But if someone betrays me, I'll definitely kill that person." As he spoke, Yang Yi glanced at Yuan Feng and the others. "I have a benevolent heart when managing the Sword Alliance, but I can act like an Azura as well. Kill everyone who betrayed the Sword Alliance today. Don't leave a single one of them alive." Chapter 12:23 Blood. How familiar! Chapter 12:23 Blood. How familiar! As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, rays of light flashed incessantly, and it didn't take long for shrill cries to resound without end. "Sword Master, spare me, spare me! Sword Master, we realize our mistakes. H. Yang Yi! I curse you to die a horrible death! I curse a horrible death upon you!" It didn't take long for just a few dozen to be left here. All of them were members of the Soul Eater mercs. Even though Yang Yi hadn't killed them, their legs were trembling, and they couldn't even stand properly. However, they heaved sighs of relief, and it was the same for Yi Luyun. Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke once more. "I didn't kill all of you because of Luyun. She has rendered great service by managing the Sword Alliance well since it was established. All of you are her loved ones and brothers, so I don't want to make her sad or feel disappointed. However, while you can avoid death, you can't avoid punishment. From this moment onward, all of you are no longer members of the Sword Alliance. I don't want to see all of you in Doomsday City again. If I do, then trust me, it'll definitely be the last time." They heaved sighs of relief in their hearts because their lives were safe. However, they hurriedly looked at Yi Luyun because they hoped that she would speak on their behalf and allow them to stay in the Sword Alliance. The benefits given to the members of the Sword Alliance was something that even the disciples of other powers couldn't compare to. Once they left, they would lose everything. They would have to return to those days of wandering through the world. Most importantly, once they lost the Sword Alliance's protection, they might die at any moment, while wandering the world. Yi Luyun glanced at the members of the Soul Eater mercs, and then she shook her head. Because this was the best outcome. If she did try to beg on their behalf, then she would be pushing it. Their expressions instantly became unsightly when they saw Yi Luyun shake her head. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and gazed at Dugu Jian, Qin Zhuyao, and the others. There are more traitors in the city. Deal with all of them. As I said, kill all of them. Dugu Jian and Qin Zhuyao nodded before leading the group away. Jiansu said, Since you're fine, then we old fellows can rest at ease. Go ahead and deal with the matters here. We old fellows aren't interested in all of this, nor are we able to deal with it. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiansu and the others left the hall as well. Nan Shuang and the members of the Soul Eater Mercs left the hall right after, and only Yang Yi and Yi Luyun remained here. Yang Yi asked, Do you hate me for driving them out? She shook her head. They should have been killed. As soon as she finished speaking, she hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, you shouldn't have killed those fellows. Yang Yi asked, Why? Yi Luyun replied, The Sword Alliance's losses will be severe. Because there were definitely many who participated in it this time. Killing them all will make the Sword Alliance's strength fall greatly. I think that just killing the main culprits is sufficient. Yang Yi replied, You're right, the Sword Alliance will definitely lose 60 or 70% of its quasi-emperors during this cleanup. As for those below the quasi-emperor realm, it would probably be even more. I understand that, but I still chose to kill them. Yi Luyun looked up at Yang Yi and said, Why? He answered, They are actually like tumors growing on you. It would really hurt to cut them off, but leaving them there might bring even greater harm to our entire body. I don't want the Sword Alliance to have such tumors. Yi Luyun remained silent for a long time before she spoke. They were very foolish. She was a smart person and understood it all. Actually, the Sword Alliance was only truly the Sword Alliance while Yang Yi was present, and only then was it strong. No matter how great her reputation and prestige were in the Sword Alliance, if Yang Yi was gone, then even becoming the true master of the Sword Alliance was meaningless. Why? Because the true experts of the Sword Alliance would leave once Yang Yi was gone. Once those experts leave, the Sword Alliance would only be left with a bunch of weaklings. Greed clouds the heart. Yang Yi continued. They thought that I wouldn't be coming back and were deeply afraid that someone would take possession of the Sword Alliance, so they acted impatiently. Actually, I really wanted to show mercy. But when I thought of the fate that Nan Shuang and the others who refused to become traitors would face if I didn't return, I couldn't show mercy anymore. I understand. Yi Luyun replied. She naturally understood the true reason they wanted her to be the master of the Sword Alliance. They just wanted to use her to temporarily stabilize the situation in the city. Once that was done, the power and authority they gained would be perfectly justifiable. At that time, the first person they killed would be her. Yang Yi said, After this incident, I believe that the Sword Alliance will be much more united than ever before. As he spoke, he sized her up and said, Your strength is still too weak. You have to find a way to advance into the Emperor realm. I don't have time to cultivate. Yi Luyun lowered her head slightly. She was managing all the internal affairs of the Sword Alliance. It could be said that she was the busiest person in the city. I'm sorry, said Yang Yi. Even though he was the one who'd established the Sword Alliance, he practically left all management of the Sword Alliance to her. It could be said that if he didn't have her to do all of that, one could only imagine how the Sword Alliance would be right now. After all, besides one's strength, one needed managerial ability to manage a power. But he didn't possess such ability, and the others within the Sword Alliance didn't as well. This is my choice. Yi Luyun grinned. Just as I said before, I prefer such a life more than how I used to live. Yang Yi nodded and flicked a golden fruit to her. That's a fruit of creation. I don't know if it can help you advance to the Emperor realm, but it'll still be very beneficial to you even if it can't. Yi Luyun glanced at it, and didn't refuse it. She put it away and said, I'll consider it part of my wages. Yang Yi chuckled. Does our Sword Alliance have an assignment hall now? A place specially established to accept assignments? She nodded. It has already started to take shape. Yang Yi nodded and flicked a spatial ring over to her. There are 2 quasi-emperor rank treasures and various other items in there. I have no use for them. Choose what you want and keep anything that's suitable for you. If there isn't anything you need, then place them at the assignment hall. In short, make arrangements for them. She glanced at him and said, That old man is dead, right? Yan Yi nodded slightly. She didn't inquire further and put the spatial ring away. Then I'll be leaving, Yan Yi replied. All right. Yi Luyan bowed slightly to Yan Yi and left. Right when she was about to leave the hall, Yan Ye's voice suddenly came from behind her. Even though we've left Cloudfall City, it's still a place that we once called our base. So send someone to manage that place. Right, you can send anyone. Her figure stiffened, and a long time passed before she took a deep breath and said, Thank you. Yi Luyan walked out of the hall once she finished speaking. The gloominess on her face had vanished, and she had a smile of happiness on her face. Yan Yi revealed a smile as he watched her vanish into the distance. After that, he waved his right hand and 8 corpses appeared before him. 7 of them were the corpses of emperors and the last was the head snatcher who was just a quasi-emperor. Yan Yi was just about to start refining them when his gaze suddenly descended onto the head snatcher's chest. There was some tiny blood-red writing there. He pressed his index and middle fingers together before waving it across the center of the head snatcher's shirt, causing it to be instantly sliced open. The head snatcher's chest was actually covered in tiny blood-red words. Yan Yi frowned as he gazed at the words. The head snatcher technique? The void rank. He hadn't expected that such a technique would be inscribed on the head snatcher's body. Moreover, it was a void rank technique. After all, void rank techniques weren't emperor rank techniques. Even he hadn't seen many techniques like this. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a long time, and his gaze descended onto those words when he thought about how his throat had almost been slit open earlier. That technique was very strange, extremely strange, and even he had almost lost his head during the battle. He didn't mind learning such a strange and mysterious method of attack. Yan Ye's face turned solemn as he looked through it, because he noticed that it was very terrifying. It stressed upon control of the enemy's blood to launch an attack from within the enemy. Controlling another's blood would catch that person off guard, because very few would be paying attention to the situation within their body and suppress their own blood at all times while they fought. Just like what had happened to him. If the tiny vortex hadn't acted and suppressed his blood, his throat might have been split open. The reason the head snatcher could kill emperors was actually this technique. Yan Yi noticed that if it was cultivated to its limits, then it wasn't just capable of snatching the enemy's head, it could even detonate the blood within the enemy's body. Of course, it was better to use it to snatch an enemy's head. Why? Because it was blood and brutal. Not bad! A smile curled up on the corners of Yan Ye's mouth. After he committed the technique to memory, he started to refine them. Even though the Sword Alliance had Jiansu and the others, and it had 7 emperors now, would anyone complain about having too many emperors? Refining 7 emperors and the head snatcher in one go was difficult, but it wasn't a huge problem for him now. 2 days later, once he finished refining all the corpses, he had a total of 11 Emperor Realm sword servants when the other sword servants that survived the battle were included. Coupled with Jiansu's group, the Sword Alliance had 18 emperors now. Once he finished refining the sword servants, Yan Yi started to cultivate the head snatcher technique. The head snatcher technique was much simpler than Yan Yi had imagined. Because it had a requirement that was extremely harsh to others yet was absolutely simple to him. It required one to sense the blood within the enemy. Blood was too familiar to him. Chapter 12:24 Because I'm strong. Chapter 12:24 Because I'm strong. Time passed by slowly. 5 days later, Yan Yi left his cultivation room and held a meeting. At this moment, the hall had far fewer people than before, and those missing people were naturally dead. Yan Ye's gaze descended onto Yi Luyan. How many participated in the revolt? She replied. Almost 100 quasi-emperors and over 3,000 saints. Yan Yi remained silent for a short while before he said, We'll leave this matter at that. How's the situation at the Dark Sky Sect, Frostwind City, and the Darkwater Sect? Violet Thistle City has taken over the Dark Sky Sect. Yi Luyun continued. Frostwind City and the Darkwater Sect have sealed themselves off. Besides that, there has been no movement from them. I've sent people to advise them to surrender, and they are willing to do so. But they have conditions, Yang Yi said. What conditions? She replied. They want it to be just like how it was with the World Devastator cult. They are willing to submit to us and pay 10,000 violet crystals to us every year. However, they won't join the Sword Alliance. How laughable! Yang Yi shook his head. They actually think that they're still qualified to talk about conditions. Yang Yi stood up slowly. I think that it isn't necessary for the Darkwater Sect and Frostwind City to continue existing. Everyone looked up at Yang Yi while their blood boiled. Because Yang Yi's words represented that the Darkwater Sect and Frostwind City, diamond-rank powers that had existed on the continent for 10,000 years, would be vanishing from the continent. Let us go! Meanwhile, Jiansu stepped forward. He glanced at Dugu Jian's group and said, These little fellows lack the opportunity to fight true experts. So, let the Darkwater Sect and Frostwind City be training for them. Moreover, you're the master of an alliance. It isn't necessary for you to do it yourself. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Since that's the case, then I'll leave it to Senior Jiansu. Jiansu nodded, and then he gazed at Dugu Jian's group. Come with me. The last 10 will be prohibited from bathing for a month, and you'll have to strip naked and run 100 rounds around the city. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiansu, Jianfeng, and the others vanished on the spot. Dugu Jian and the others were stunned, and then their faces became unsightly. Isn't that punishment a little too heavy? Swish! A ray of light flashed by as Huan Kong vanished into the sky. Huan Kong! You shameless bastard! We haven't even been told to begin! Lin Fan roared with fury and hastily chased after Huan Kong. Meanwhile, Dugu Jian and the others had recovered from their shock. Their profound energy surged madly as they shot out of the hall on their swords. The others within the hall chuckled at the sight of this. I need some violet crystals! Suddenly, a voice resounded in the hall. Yang Yi looked towards its source and noticed that it was Jianji. Jianji said, I intend to set up the Endless Sword formation in Doomsday City. I've practically gathered everything else, and I just lack violet crystals. Yang Yi was delighted. He'd almost forgotten that Jianji was a sword formation master and was the best sword formation master on the continent. Yang Yi immediately asked, How many do you need? Jianji replied, 20,000. The expressions of everyone here changed when they heard him. After all, 20,000 was an astronomical figure to them. Yang Yi was slightly stunned as well. Even though he had over 100,000 violet crystals, it didn't represent that he could treat them like rocks. After all, the Sword Alliance would definitely require a huge number of violet crystals for other things as well. Jianji added, If it's set up successfully and has your sword intent at its core, then we can even hold off 50 emperors. If you ceaselessly provide your sword intent to the formation, then even 100 emperors would dare not enter the formation. It's that strong? Yang Yi was astounded. After all, if it was 100 emperors, then even he would have no choice but to flee before them. If he was surrounded by them, then only death would await him unless Qiongqi came out and took him away. It couldn't be helped because 100 emperors could tire him to death. Jianji replied, It wasn't that strong, but it would be that strong once it has your sword intent. This time, Yang Yi didn't hesitate and flicked a spatial ring over to Jianji. There are 30,000 violet crystals there. If there are extras, just keep them for your own cultivation. Jianji glanced at Yang Yi and didn't refuse it. He took the spatial ring, turned around, and left the hall. Yang Yi said, Everyone besides Luyun can leave now. All of them bowed slightly to Yang Yi before leaving the hall. Yang Yi said, I intend to enter into closed-door cultivation to consolidate my foundation. Just like before, you manage all internal affairs during this period. Senior Jiansu will manage the external affairs. As he spoke, he waved his right hand and 11 sword servants appeared before Yi Luyun. Yang Yi said, Emperor Realm puppets aren't very useful to me, but they are very helpful to you. Right, I'll keep 2 to protect Nan Shuang, and you can make arrangements for the rest. Why do you trust me so much? Yi Luyun looked Yang Yi in the eyes and suddenly asked such a question. Yang Yi and her didn't know each other before this, and it was even to the extent that they'd clashed. However, Yang Ye's trust in her since she joined the Sword Alliance was simply incomparable to anyone else. Yang Yi smiled. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Yi Luyun replied. The lie first, Yang Yi said, because I think that you're an extremely principled person. So, how could you possibly do something like betraying me? She glanced at him and asked. What about the truth? Yang Yi replied. Because I'm strong. I'm so strong that I don't fear betrayal from you, and I'm so strong that you wouldn't dare to betray me. Yi Luyun was stunned, and then she lowered her head slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, That was in the past. Now I trust you because I treat you as one of my own. So you don't have to treat yourself as my subordinate because I never have. She looked up at him, and a short while passed before she cracked a smile. I understand. Cultivate swell, just leave the Sword Alliance to me. Yang Yi nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, Have you found the World Devastator cult's location? Yi Luyun shook her head. No one knows where their base is. As for those emperors who'd come to attack, all of them are dead. However, I'll continue sending our forces to investigate. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He pondered deeply for a long while before he said, Let Senior Jiansu's group do the investigating. It's too dangerous for all of you to do it. Even though many of its emperors have fallen, we don't know if they still have the strength to fight. In short, use all our networks of information and take strict precautions. We can't be careless. Yi Luyun replied, I will. Right, I've established an intelligence department in the Sword Alliance, and Sung Lan is managing it. Yang Yi smiled. You can make the decisions for that. Yi Luyun glanced at him and said, If my strength surpasses you or becomes almost on par with you one day, and then I revolt, you'll definitely be finished. She was practically managing everything in the Sword Alliance, and the appointment of many to their respective positions had been done so under her orders. So, it could be said that if her strength was on par with Yang Yi, then she had at least an 80 or 90% chance to succeed at revolting. Yang Yi smiled. Then I'll work hard on getting stronger so that you can never revolt. That's for the best. She exchanged glances with Yang Yi and smiled once she finished speaking. Yang Yi returned to his cultivation room once Yi Luyun left. He sat cross-legged on the ground and waved his right hand. A few hundred violet crystals appeared around him, and then they started to burn up before countless strands of spirit energy surged out madly. The agreement of 3 years. He'd never forgotten the 3-year agreement he'd made with Lady. But he knew that he had to become extremely strong to fulfill it. How terrifying was Lady's strength! It could be said that he couldn't defeat her even now. So how terrifying was that expert who defeated Lady? If he went to fulfill the agreement without powerful strength, then he wouldn't be going there to fulfill the agreement, he would be going there to die. Besides that, he hadn't forgotten about the Radiant Dimension. Yue Shuang, Lu Wanner, White Deer Academy, and the others were there. They were definitely waiting for him. Moreover, the Alliance of Guardians, there wasn't something he could resist right now. Strength. He needed powerful strength to protect the people in the Radiant Dimension, and only then could he help Lady. Otherwise, all of them in the Radiant Dimension would die, and Lady would die as well. Besides that, he hadn't obtained the Stellar Sword diagram yet. He didn't have much time. The important matter at hand was to consolidate his foundation. Because only then could he charge into the Quasi-Emperor Realm and the Emperor Realm. Cultivation was a never-ending process. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Many things had occurred throughout Dark Hell Continent during this month. Frostwind City and the Dark Wada sect had been destroyed, and they were taken over by the Sword Alliance. Besides the clans and powers that remained secluded from the world, only the Sword Alliance and Violet Thistle City remained throughout the continent. Especially the Sword Alliance, its speed of development could simply be described as being at the speed of sound. After it crushed Frostwind City and the Darkwater sect, the Sword Alliance's reputation hit its peak. Countless sword cultivators and independent cultivators were drawn by its reputation and requested to join the Sword Alliance. However, the Sword Alliance's requirements had become strict now. It only accepted quasi-emperors, and it had to be quasi-emperors with extremely good natural talent. It could be said that the Sword Alliance's influence was even greater than the World Devastator cult now. But its true leader, Yan Yi, seemed like he'd evaporated into thin air, and he hadn't shown himself all this time. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had passed, and the Sword Alliance was growing larger and larger. Presently, Yi Luyun was managing everything in the Sword Alliance. As for its leader, Yan Yi, some had almost forgotten him. Especially those who just joined the Sword Alliance because they'd never met him. Outside Yang Ye's cultivation room, Yi Luyun would sit outside in silence for a long time, from time to time. She could be said to possess the greatest authority in the Sword Alliance, and just a single word from her could decide the fate of countless people. But she, even more so than anyone else, was very well aware that the true leader of the Sword Alliance was the person in the cultivation room, Yan Yi. Yan Yi was its sword master, and he was her sword master. Or perhaps, he should be called her friend. Another month passed. One day, Yi Luyun came to the room just like she always did. Suddenly, the door opened slowly. Yi Luyun was stunned when she saw this, and then she was delighted and walked in. However, she was stunned when she entered because it was completely empty. She glanced at the surroundings, and it didn't take long for her to notice a row of words on the floorboard. "I've gone to search for something. Don't worry about me." Chapter 12:25 I fought a few dozen emperors on my own? Chapter 12:25 I fought a few dozen emperors on my own? Outside Doomsday City, Yan Yi gazed at it for a long time before he turned around and left. The Sword Alliance was on the right course, and it had no powerful enemies left. So, he could do what he needed to do. This time, his objective was the ruins of the Sword God's palace. Even though it was a forbidden area for sword cultivators, he still had to go there. He'd been in this world for almost a year now, and he didn't have much time left. As for that expert who hated all the sword cultivators in the world, he couldn't be bothered about that. He wouldn't head there flagrantly, of course. So long as his sword intent remained restrained and coupled with the concealment provided by his sword domain, it was very difficult for others to discover that he was a sword cultivator unless that person paid attention to him at all times. But he couldn't use his sword. However, it didn't affect him much. Presently, he could suppress an emperor without any problem even if he didn't use his sword. Because he was a mid-rank saint right now. After consolidating his foundation for a few months, the potential harm from advancing too quickly in the past had been eliminated. Once that was done, he stopped suppressing his cultivation. So, he was a mid-rank saint now. However, he didn't try charging into the high rank of the saint realm. In his opinion, it was best to allow his cultivation to advance naturally upon gaining sufficient accumulations. He hadn't been solely consolidating his foundation in these past few months. Besides that, he distributed some of his time to cultivate Point at the Heavens, Head Snatcher, Heavenrend, and Death by a Thought. Especially Point at the Heavens and Head Snatcher. He'd just learned them and wasn't proficient in them, so he had to practice incessantly. After a few months of practice, all of those sword techniques had clearly improved. Especially the Head Snatcher technique. Now, he really wanted to try snatching some heads. This time, Yan Yi had changed into a different set of clothes. He'd always preferred green clothes but wore a luxurious embroidered robe instead. Besides that, he wasn't holding a sword but a jade fan instead, and his gaze wasn't sharp as it used to be while a faint smile hung on his face. Moreover, he frequently unfolded the fan and fanned a few times like he wanted to draw attention. Needless to say, he really did give off the aura of a learned scholar. Based on his current dressing, no one would think he was a sword cultivator. Even if Yi Luyun and Nan Shuang saw him, they would probably think that they'd mistaken him for the real Yang Yi. Yang Yi had gotten himself a horse, and he laid on his back and whistled a tune while he let the white horse carry him forward. Snowy was on his chest. She was lying on his chest while she gazed at Yang Yi with her watery eyes and blinked, and then she frequently rubbed her head against Yang Yi's chin. Or she seized the moment he wasn't paying attention to sneak a kiss on his chin. Every single time she finished kissing him, she would immediately lay there motionlessly with her eyes closed, as if she'd fallen asleep. It was comfortable. Indescribably comfortable. That was what Yang Yi felt right now. He'd been too busy in the past few years. So, when he finally calmed down, didn't fight, kill, or engage in deception just like this very moment. He really liked this feeling. Suddenly, Snowy raised her head and glanced at Yang Yi, and then she moved forward carefully to kiss Yang Yi on the chin. But right when she was about to kiss his chin, Yang Yi had suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at her. Snowy was stunned. She blinked, lowered her body slowly, and it didn't take long for snoring to resound. She was feigning sleep. Yang Yi chuckled, took her in his hands, and kissed her. After that he patted the white horse beneath him, and it sped up and transformed into a ray of white light that dashed towards the distance. Yang Yi was still holding Snowy while he laid there on the horse, and he was recalling everything Jian Su had told him about the ruins of Sword God's palace. The ruins of Sword God's palace was over 500,000 kilometers away from Doomsday City, on an island on Sword God Ocean. Sword God Ocean was renamed after Jian Wuji's title. It was the largest ocean on Dark Hell Continent, and the headquarters of Sword God's palace was situated on an island at the center of the ocean, Sword God Island. Even though it was called an island, its size was shocking. It was simply like a small continent. However, that small continent was extremely dangerous now. There was no need to mention how dangerous it was for sword cultivators because practically no sword cultivator dared to step foot into Sword God Ocean. Besides sword cultivators, ordinary cultivators didn't dare go there as well. Because the Sword God's palace had activated countless sword formations when it suffered the attack of a powerful enemy. Even though it was still destroyed in the end, many of the sword formations still existed. Those sword formations could even kill emperors. Besides those sword formations, there were vengeful spirits there as well. What were these vengeful spirits? They were the souls that numerous experts of the Sword God's palace had left behind all those years ago. When the Sword God's palace suffered calamity all those years ago, practically all of the comparatively weaker disciples had been obliterated. However, while the physical bodies of those extremely formidable experts had been destroyed, the souls of many had survived. Those survival had transformed into vengeful spirits. According to Jian Su, it was very likely for vengeful spirits at the Void Realm to exist there. It wouldn't be very terrifying if it was just a vengeful spirit. It was terrifying because those vengeful spirits had seized the souls of many who'd entered the ruins of Sword God's palace. So, those past experts of the Sword God's palace had been able to survive through such means. Even though their strength would definitely decline tremendously upon seizing the body of another, they were still extremely strong existences to many emperors. However, they didn't dare to leave Sword God's palace. Because any sword cultivator that tried to enter or leave Sword God's palace would definitely die. Even though the ruins of Sword God's palace was so terrifying, many experts still headed there in succession because there were truly too many treasures there. All those years ago, the Sword God's palace wasn't just the strongest power on the continent. The title of strongest that it possessed even included the powers that were in seclusion from the world. It wasn't like the World Devastator cult that was only the strongest amongst the powers that existed out in the open on the continent. Besides being the strongest, the Sword God's palace was the wealthiest power. For example, while legendary techniques and precious treasures at the Void rank were rare in Sword God's palace, but it had them. But there were practically no Void rank treasures throughout the continent. Void rank treasures were considered as rare even in Sword God's palace. However, Emperor rank treasures weren't rare. Even though they weren't absolutely common, they were truly quite ordinary in Sword God's palace. Especially the rumors which said that the stellar sword diagram was there. In the opinion of many experts, the treasures and stellar sword diagram within the Sword God's palace were impossible to refuse. Yan Yi was unable to refuse them as well. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that obtaining the stellar sword diagram wasn't an easy task. Those past experts of the Sword God's palace weren't a problem because the best amongst them only possessed void rank sword intent, while he possessed rebirth realm sword intent. So, those vengeful spirits were nothing to fear. He was truly worried about that mysterious expert. After all, it was an expert capable of destroying the Sword God's palace, so how terrifying was that expert's strength? If his identity as a sword cultivator was exposed and caused him to be targeted by that existence. Suddenly, the white horse stopped moving. At the same time, a clear and melodious voice resounded from ahead. "You on the white horse, I have something to ask you." Yan Yi sat up and looked over. He saw two men and a woman not too far away ahead. The men were a little over 20, and they were both quasi-emperors. The woman seemed to be around 16 or 17. She wore a tight-fitting violet crest, had bright eyes, sparkling teeth, and snow-white skin. Even though she was quite immature, she was definitely a future beauty. It was the woman who'd spoken just now. Yan Yi sized them up and was slightly surprised. Their natural talent was very good. Especially the woman, she'd attained the high rank of the Saint Realm at such a young age. Moreover, based on her aura, she was just half a step away from the quasi-emperor realm. Of course, just that wasn't sufficient to make him feel shocked. He noticed that all three of them were actually sword cultivators, and they possessed void rank sword intent. Where did these geniuses come from? Yan Yi grew even more curious. "What are you looking at?" Meanwhile, the man on the woman's left roared with fury when he saw Yan Yi staring at the woman. Yan Yi smiled and was about to speak. But the woman suddenly glared at the man on her left. "Second brother, what are you shouting for? If he's staring at me, it means I'm beautiful." She gazed at Yan Yi and continued. "Right?" Yan Yi was stunned, and then he sized her up and said, "Indeed." The corners of her mouth curled up slightly into a smile, and then she pointed at Snowy who was on Yan Yi's shoulder. "Since I'm that beautiful, give it to me, all right?" Snowy blinked, and then she hurriedly shook her head and wrapped her arms tightly around Yan Yi's neck. Yan Yi replied, "I'm sure you've noticed her reaction." "Humph." She grunted coldly and reluctantly removed her gaze from Snowy before looking at Yan Yi. "Let me ask you something. Do you know how to get to Doomsday City?" "Doomsday City?" Yan Yi was slightly stunned. "You're going to Doomsday City?" She nodded. "Of course. Doomsday City is the place that all the sword cultivators in the world yearn to be at. We're naturally going there." Yan Yi was quite puzzled. "The place that all the sword cultivators in the world yearn to be at?" "The master of the Sword Alliance in Doomsday City, Yan Yi, has attained sword intent above the void rank." "Above the void rank?" "Since Senior Jianwuji, he's the only person on the continent to have achieved that." As she spoke, she revealed an expression of admiration. "I heard he's very young. I wonder if he's handsome." Yan Yi spoke in a very serious manner. "He's handsome, extremely handsome." Snowy glanced at Yan Yi, and then hurriedly nodded to display her agreement. The woman's eyes lit up. "Really?" Yan Yi replied seriously. "I guarantee it on my own name." She sized him up and said, "Since you seem like a pretty good person, let me say a few things about you. Based on your dressing, you should be a profligate disciple. Let me tell you that's bad. Saints are ants on the continent now, and it's very easy for someone like you to be killed for the spirit energy within you." Yan Yi rubbed his nose and spoke softly. "Isn't Yan Yi a saint as well? Can you even be compared to him?" The woman seemed like a little wild cat that had its tail stepped on. She glared angrily at Yan Yi. "Can you? Even though he's just a saint, he's the #1 sword cultivator on the continent. Moreover, he once fought a few dozen emperors on his own. Can you accomplish that?" A few dozen emperors on his own? Yan Yi blinked and said, I don't think something like that happened. He'd fought 10 emperors on his own, but a few dozen. Who told you that? She spoke angrily. That's what everyone says. Besides that, while he's a little over 20 just like you and a saint just like you, he can kill emperors like dogs. Moreover, he's the leader of the strongest power on the continent. Can you even accomplish that? Yang Yi felt quite embarrassed from being admired like that. He hesitated for a moment and spoke humbly. Actually, he isn't as outstanding as you think. He's just an ordinary person, and he has many flaws. Seriously, you... Ah. She suddenly drew the sword on her waist and pointed it at Yang Yi before howling furiously. You actually dared to insult my idol. Either you or I will die today. As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her sword, and a strand of sword energy formed an arc that slashed down towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi was flabbergasted when he saw her attack. Chapter 12:26 Blind Maiden. Chapter 12:26 Blind Maiden. Yang Yi was flabbergasted. After all, how could he possibly insult himself? However, right when it was about to arrive in front of Yang Yi, a strand of sword energy tore through the air and shattered her sword energy. Yang Yi gazed at the man on her left whom she addressed as second brother because he was the one who'd shattered her sword energy. The man glanced at her and said, Yu Xian, stop causing trouble. The woman glanced at him with displeasure and said, Second brother, why are you helping in outside? Besides that, he insulted the person that you idolize as well. Aren't you going to teach him a lesson? I idolize Yang Yi, but that has to be done with reason. He continued, Just look at yourself. You won't even allow others to say anything about him. How can you do that? Why not? She glared at him. Let me tell you that if anyone dares to speak ill about Yang Yi, then I'll kill that person. As she spoke, she turned to look at Yang Yi. You have to apologize or I'll kill you. Yang Yi was speechless. Her second brother was about to say something when she suddenly glared at him. Lin Erlang, help him again and I'll tell sister-in-law that you were flirting with other women. You! The man called Lin Erlang glared at her. You little girl! Are you trying to get your second brother killed? Lin Yuxian grunted coldly, and then she turned around to look at Yang Yi before drawing her sword. Are you going to apologize or not? Yang Yi rubbed his nose and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the hell? She wants me to apologize to myself? Just apologize! Meanwhile, Lin Erlang gazed at Yang Yi and said, You're not a sword cultivator, so you're unaware of Yang Ye's status in our hearts. Not to mention Yu Xian, even I didn't really like it when you spoke like that about him. Yang Yi asked with slight curiosity. His status in your hearts? Lin Erlang replied. 2 experts with sword intent above the void rank have appeared here throughout the history of Dark Hell Continent. One was Senior Jian Wuji, and the other is Yang Yi. If he merely possessed strength, then we would just envy him and respect him at most. However, he isn't just strong, he's even acting on behalf of us sword cultivators. Have you heard about that goal of his? Yang Yi was puzzled. His goal? Lin Erlang nodded. I heard that his goal is to allow sword cultivation to rise once more in the world, and to make the universe respect us sword cultivators. Lin Erlang's face was filled with respect and admiration when he spoke up to this point, and there was fervor and adoration in his eyes. It wasn't just Lin Erlang, Lin Yuxian and the other man were the same. Yang Yi fell silent. He hadn't expected that something he'd casually said that day would actually make these sword cultivators idolize him like this. Especially that little girl, she was simply too fervent. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while, and then he glanced at them and said, All of you are heading to Doomsday City to join the Sword Alliance? Lin Erlang nodded. Supposedly, he frequently shares his experience within the sword cultivators of the Sword Alliance. There's definitely something special about him since he was able to attain sword intent about the void rank, and we intend to learn from him. Moreover, almost all the most outstanding sword cultivators of the continent are gathered in the Sword Alliance, so I'm confident that we'll definitely be able to obtain great gains by going there. Yang Yi smiled. Going there really will be very helpful to all of you. Lin Erlang sized up Yang Yi and said, Brother, may I know your name? Yi Yang. Yang Yi smiled, and then he pointed behind himself. Just go straight in that direction and you'll arrive at Doomsday City. Thank you. Lin Erlang cupped his fists, and then he gazed at Lin Yuxian and said, Let's go. Lin Yuxian spoke with displeasure. He hasn't apologized. Stop it. Lin Erlang revealed a stern expression. He was no fool. This fellow, Yi Yang, had been able to remain so calm and composed even when facing 3 quasi-emperors, so he knew that fellow was either absolutely brave or possessed absolute strength. Even though he wasn't afraid, it truly wasn't necessary to offend someone for such a trivial matter. Meanwhile, the man on Lin Youxuan's right spoke abruptly. Yuxian, let's go! Lin Dalong, Lin Erlang, you, both of you. Lin Yuxian hadn't expected that both her older brothers would refuse to help her, and she instantly felt extremely wrong, causing her eyes to become moist. Lin Erlang and Lin Dalong's hearts were instantly melted when they saw her act like that. Especially Lin Erlang, he even revealed a trace of guilt. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly got off the white horse and walked over to Lin Yuxian. You really look up to Yang Yi? She glared at him and remained silent. Yang Yi chuckled. Actually, I really look up to him as well. Lin Yuxian said. Really? Of course. Yang Yi spoke seriously. Just think about it. He's so strong at such a young age, and he's so handsome as well. If I didn't look up to him, then who would I look up to? Lin Yuxian sized up Yang Yi and said, Actually, you're still not bad. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he sat back on his white horse. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, the white horse dashed towards the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Dalong spoke abruptly. His strength isn't bad. Lin Erlang nodded with agreement. What do you mean? Lin Yuxian grunted. There are numerous fellows like him in our veiled region. Lin Dalong and Lin Erlang exchanged glances and smiled. It didn't take long for the siblings to shoot towards Doomsday City on their swords. Yang Yi hadn't stopped after this incident and traveled at full speed. On the 3rd day, he arrived at Ocean View City. Ocean View City was built by the ocean, and that ocean was Sword God Ocean. It could be said that he'd stepped into the area that was cursed for sword cultivators. Yang Yi didn't dare to be careless. As soon as he arrived at Ocean View City, he'd restrained his sword intent within him and concealed himself with the sword domain, so that he didn't have the aura of a sword cultivator at all. Snowy stood on his shoulder as she pointed at the city in the distance while blinking incessantly. She seemed to be telling him to hurry over there. Yang Yi rubbed her head and gazed at the city. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes because the city actually had a divine-grade spirit vein. The spirit energy in the city was so dense that it could even be sensed from outside the city. Since there was a divine-grade spirit vein there, it represented that there was definitely a power and control of the city. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before turning around and heading to the coast. His objective was the ruins of the Sword God's palace. Once he arrived there, he noticed that there were quite many people here. Some were in groups, and some were all alone. The weakest amongst them was a quasi-emperor, and there were even around 10 emperors. Are they all heading to the ruins? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he looked towards the distance. He could only see an endless ocean until the end of his vision, and there was no island at all. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze descended onto a woman who stood not too far away. She wore black tight-fitting clothes, a black cloak, and a gauze veil, causing her appearance to be completely obscured. Even though her face was concealed, her figure was extremely good. Especially the curves of her body under those tight-fitting clothes. They were absolutely hot. She seemed to have noticed Yang Ye's gaze and suddenly turned to look at him. Yang Yi nodded slightly to her. She glanced at him and nodded in response. When he saw that she didn't act coldly towards him, Yang Yi walked over and said, Yi Yang! She gazed at him for a short while and said, Yun Ban Qing. Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at the people in the surroundings and asked, Miss Yun, what are they doing here? Yun Banqing replied, They are waiting for the Imperial Oceanic Shuttle of Ocean View City. An Imperial Oceanic Shuttle? Yan Yi was puzzled. Why are they waiting for it? She glanced at him and said, Are you heading to the ruins of Sword God's palace? Yan Yi nodded. I am. She asked. How will you get there without an Imperial Oceanic Shuttle? Yan Yi replied. I can fly. The corners of her eyes twitched. Is this your first time here? Yan Yi nodded again. Yun Banqing said. No wonder. She pointed at the ocean and said, This ocean is the territory of the oceanic demon beast clans. There are countless quasi-emperor realm demon beasts in the ocean. Besides that, there are quite a few emperor realm demon beasts as well. You're tired of living if you want to fly over the ocean. So there are demon beasts. Yan Yi smiled with embarrassment and said, That Imperial Oceanic Shuttle can resist those demon beasts. Yun Banqing shook her head and said, It can't. However, it belongs to Ocean View City, and Ocean View City seems to have formed some sort of agreement with the Oceanic Demon Beast clans, and the Oceanic Demon Beasts don't attack Ocean View City's shuttles. So that's why. Yan Yi nodded. He wasn't afraid of those demon beasts, but he wouldn't fly over like a fool. Because choosing to fly over would definitely bring him endless trouble. Suddenly, Yun Banqing looked towards the distance and said, She's here. Yan Yi noticed that Yun Banqing had a solemn expression on her face. It wasn't just her, everyone else here had solemn expressions on their faces. Yan Yi looked along their gazes and turned around. He saw a woman walking towards a huge smooth rock by the coast. She wore a linen dress, and it was covered in patches. Especially the path near her stomach, it was exceptionally striking because it was truly too huge. It practically covered her entire stomach. She wore a pair of straw sandals, and they were clearly quite old. Because the edges of the straw sandals had practically been rubbed off. She had no makeup on, but her face was extraordinarily beautiful, and she would definitely be a peerless beauty if she did put on some makeup. It didn't take long for her to arrive at the huge rock, and then she sat up straight on it. She faced the ocean and sat there motionlessly like a statue. Yan Yi noticed that her eyes were closed since she arrived here. Yan Yi turned around to gaze at Yun Banqing, and he asked, Who is she? Yun Banqing remained silent for a long time before she spoke. No one knows who she is. We call her Blind Maiden because she had never opened her eyes. Blind Maiden? Yan Yi blinked and was stunned on the spot. Chapter 12:27 Even the heavens would go blind as she opened her eyes. Chapter 12:27 Even the heavens would go blind as she opened her eyes. Yan Yi immediately thought of the Nether Pavilion when he heard those words. He turned to look at the woman in linen clothes, hesitated for a moment, and then started walking in her direction. He wanted to confirm if she was from the Nether Pavilion. Because of Nether Maiden and the others, he actually had a good impression of the Nether Pavilion. The Nether Pavilion was a strange and mysterious power, so it wasn't impossible for one of its hall masters to be here. After all, he still remembered what Nether Maiden had told him. Many of the Nether Pavilion's hall masters weren't in the Radiant Dimension, and even Nether Maiden hadn't been there. What are you doing? Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly obstructed Yan Ye's path. Yan Ye replied, I have something to ask her. Have you gone mad? She said. I guarantee that you'll be killed before you even reach her. Yan Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? She replied. Do you know the city governor of Ocean View City, Li Chunfeng? Yan Yi told the truth. I don't. The corners of Yun Banqing's eyes twitched slightly. She gazed at him for a short while, and when she noticed that Yan Yi didn't seem to be lying, she said, He's an expert at the peak of the Emperor realm. However, he's very respectful to Blind Maiden, extremely respectful. Just that is enough to say a lot, isn't it? Yan Yi said. I'm just going to ask something. Yun Banqing spoke flatly. Someone wanted to ask her something in the past, and another corpse was left in the ocean. Yan Yi asked. She killed that person? Yun Banqing shook her head. The experts of Oceanview City did it. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he looked up at Blind Maiden and started to send a voice transmission. However, it didn't take long for Yang Ye's eyes to narrow slightly because his voice transmission had vanished before it could even arrive 30 m in front of her. She's not ordinary at all. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he asked, What's she sitting there for? I don't know. She gazed at Blind Maiden and said, Supposedly, she has been sitting here for very long ago, and she only leaves after the nightfall. No one knows why she does that. However, there's a song, but no one knows if it's really about her. Yang Yi asked. A song? Yun Banqing nodded and recited softly. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. He trained hard all day and night, swearing to join Sword God's palace. Childhood friends in love with each other. A thorn for a hairpin, a simple dress, and a pair of eyes that watched him year by year. As she sent him to the ferry, she said that she would wait a lifetime for him. He said that he wouldn't disappoint her affection once he made a name for himself in Sword God's palace. 18 years of waiting gained only a final letter in return. He said he'd love her in another life. Flowers bloomed and wilted, seasons passed for years. 100 years of waiting turned her blind. Ah! Even the heavens would go blind when she opens her eyes. Yun Banqing lowered her head slightly once she finished reciting it, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, She has been waiting for 100 years? Yun Banqing glanced at him and said, 100 years? Let me explain it like this. Oceanview City didn't even exist when she started waiting here. No one knows exactly how long she has been waiting here. Of course, no one is able to confirm if that song is about her. However, she's definitely not an ordinary person. So, it's best if you don't disturb her. Yang Yi shot a glance at Blind Maiden. She gave him a very strange feeling because he couldn't sense her aura at all. If she was a cultivator, there should be at least some fluctuations of profound energy, but he didn't sense anything from her. She felt like an ordinary person. Of course, no one would think that she was ordinary. After all, would someone that made a peak emperor act respectfully towards her be an ordinary person? In Yang Ye's opinion, he had a stronger desire to know if she was from the Nether Pavilion. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and was about to head over to ask her. However, Yun Banqing suddenly said, The Imperial Oceanic Shuttle is here. Yang Yi looked over and saw a ship that was large like a mountain had appeared on the horizon. It was extremely swift and only took a moment to arrive before them. Once it stopped at the coast, over a dozen walked out of it. The weakest amongst them was at the quasi-emperor realm, and there were 3 emperors as well. But at this moment, all of them had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. None of them spoke a single word, and they just quickly vanished from here once they left the ship. Yun Banqing spoke abruptly. Supposedly, over 800 went on the last trip to the ruins of Sword God's palace, but only a little over a dozen returned now. Moreover, there had been over a dozen emperors amongst them, yet only 3 have returned. Yang Yi glanced at Yun Banqing. She was at the quasi-emperor realm and couldn't be considered to be weak, but she was absolutely not strong. It could be said that her chances of returning alive were very slim. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he said, Actually, you can go there after attaining the Emperor realm. Yun Banqing replied, Why don't you tell me to attain the Void realm before going? Yang Yi smiled. It's just a suggestion. I have no ill intent. She glanced at him and said, Without resources, cultivating to the Emperor realm in the outside world would take an endless amount of time. But if I head to Sword God Island, I might gain some fortuitous encounters that would change my life. Even if I gain no fortuitous encounters, just obtaining an Emperor rank treasure or technique would be sufficient for me to utilize throughout my lifetime. Yang Yi glanced at the others here. Obviously, many of them were of the same mind as Yun Banqing. Indeed, just obtaining an Emperor rank treasure was really sufficient for some to use throughout their lifetime. After all, it could be sold for at least over 10,000 violet crystals. Moreover, that was just the minimum price. Because Emperor-ranked treasures were extremely rare on the continent now. Meanwhile, a voice resounded from the ship. Those heading to Sword God Island, get on! It didn't take long for everyone to walk up the ship. Yan Yi noticed that all of them paid a total of 1,000 violet crystals before ascending the ship. 1,000 a person. Yan Yi was visibly moved. Even though 1,000 was very little, there were over 1,000 people here. So, just this trip alone would gather around 1,000,000 violet crystals. He thought that he was extremely rich, but now it would seem like. Yun Banqing said. Let's go! Yan Yi restrained his thoughts, paid 1,000 violet crystals, and ascended the ship with Yun Banqing. Chapter 12:28 Animal. Chapter 12:28 Animal. Once everyone got on the ship, an old man in luxurious robes appeared before them. Everyone, I'm a manager from Ocean View City, Qin Sangwan. I presume you're aware of my Ocean View City's rules. However, I'll still repeat it. Fighting is prohibited on the shuttle. If there's enmity between all of you, then please deal with it once you've left the shuttle. Otherwise, don't blame my Ocean View City for showing no mercy. All of them would naturally not try to cause trouble, so they nodded. Qin Sangwan nodded when he saw them nod, and then he was about to start the ship. However, a voice suddenly resounded. Wait! Everyone looked towards its source and saw a group rushing over. A young man led the ground, and there were 3 old men behind him. The 3 old men were emperors. Yan Yi suddenly gazed at Yun Banqing because he noticed that she actually emanated killing intent when she saw the young man's group. Even though it had only appeared for an instant, Yan Yi had still noticed it. In next to no time, the young man's group paid the violet crystals and got on the ship. Qin Sangwan's gaze descended onto the young man and asked, You're from the Yun clan? The young man grinned. I'm the young master of the Yun clan, Yun Tianming. Greetings, Senior Qin. Qin Sangwan glanced at Yun Tianming and said, Sword God Island is extremely dangerous. Do you really intend to go? Yun Tianming smiled. I have to gain some tempering, you know. Qin Sangwan glanced at the 3 old men behind Yun Tianming and replied, As you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. It didn't take long for the ship to start moving towards the distance. Once the ship started moving, Yan Yi turned around and gazed at Blind Maiden. At this moment, she was in a similar state as before. She was seated there motionlessly while looking in the direction of Sword God Island. I have to ask her once I get back. Yang Yi made his decision. Besides a good impression, he was curious about the mysterious power that was the Nether Pavilion. It was truly too mysterious. Especially its hall masters. Every single one of them was too heaven-defying. Suddenly, Yun Tianming and the old men behind him walked forward in Yang Yi's direction, and Yang Yi frowned when he noticed this. Banqing, you really made your older brother worry. Yun Tianming walked swiftly to Yun Banqing, stretched out his hand, and was about to take her hand. However, Yun Banqing moved to the side and gazed at him with undisguised detest. Fuck off! You bitch! How dare you speak like that to the young master? One of the black-robed old men behind Yun Tianming took a step forward while the aura of an emperor pressed down upon Yun Banqing. Yun Banqing's face instantly turned pale, while her body even almost slumped down to the ground. However, she forcefully resisted it. The black-robed old man grunted coldly and took another step forward, causing the strength of his aura to multiply more than twice. Yun Banqing couldn't hold on any longer and started falling weakly towards the ground. However, Yang Yi suddenly stretched out his hand and took her, and then she instantly felt her body relax. Because the pressure upon her had instantly vanished once Yang Yi took her hand. She gazed at Yang Yi with shock while Yang Yi smiled at her. Are you alright? She shook her head while a trace of gratitude flashed through her eyes. Thank you. Yang Yi smiled. There's no need for that. I'm just too righteous and can't stand to watch the weak being bullies. Alas, I've tried to change this flaw of mine for years but have never succeeded. Yun Banqing was speechless. The others in the surroundings were stunned. Is he an idiot? Even if you want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress, you have to take a look at the situation. They have 3 emperors. The black-robed old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. Too righteous? How laughable! As he spoke, he was about to release his aura once more, but Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Qin Sangwan. Manager Qin, you said that we are prohibited from fighting on the shuttle. Now they are attacking openly, and that's provocation towards Oceanview City and Manager Qin. The others here were speechless. Manager Qin glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Yun Tianming. Yun Tianming paid no attention to Manager Qin, and he gazed at Yun Banqing instead. Banqing, who's this fellow? Yun Banqing spoke indifferently. My friend. Your friend? Yun Tianming said. It doesn't look like it. He seems to really care about you. Yun Banqing replied. That has nothing to do with you. It doesn't? Yun Tianming's eyes narrowed. I'm your second brother. How can it have nothing to do with me? Second brother? Yun Banqing suddenly revealed a savage expression on her face. You are worthy of being called my brother? Why don't I tell everyone about how you wanted to act like an animal that day and let everyone know exactly what sort of animal the young master of the Yun clan is? Yun Tianming gazed at Yun Banqing for a short while before he said, Father is cultivating behind closed doors, so I give the orders in the Yun clan. Thus, when he spoke up to this point, a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. You mother and younger brother. Oh, he's my younger brother as well. They are still all right now. But I don't know what it will be like for them in the future. You. Yun Banqing gazed at him with shock. What do you want? What do I want? He sized her up and smiled. You know what I want, don't you? Yun Banqing seemed like she'd been struck by lightning, and she took a few steps back and howled. Even though we're not from the same mother, I'm still your younger sister. We're related by blood. You're naturally my younger sister. Yun Tianming continued. My good sister, Big Brother has something to discuss with you, so come to my room. You'll definitely come. You'll definitely come for your mother and younger brother's sake, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he grinned, turned around, and walked away. Yun Banqing was stunned on the spot. A short while passed before she started walking towards Yun Tianming. Wait. Yang Yi suddenly stepped forward and gazed at Yun Banqing. Miss Yun, even though the two of you were speaking very vaguely, but I understood it. You and that fellow have the same father but different mother, but that fellow wants you. TSK. I, Yi Yang, have seen many perverts in my life, but it's the first time I'm seeing one like him. My knowledge has really been widened. Yun Tianming suddenly turned around and walked over to Yang Yi. He looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, People should know their limitations. Trying to play the hero? Look at what sort of trash you are. Do you know what sort of trash you are? If you don't, then let me tell you. You're a piece of useless trash. Useless. Understand? As soon as he finished speaking, he laughed coldly and gazed at Yun Banqing, who seemed to have lost her soul. My patience is running thin. After all, I've waited too long for this day. So, I immediately came looking for you once Father went into closed-door cultivation. Now, come right now. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned to look at Qin Sangwan and said, Fighting is prohibited on the shuttle? Qin Sangwan glanced at Yang Yi and was about to speak. But Yang Yi suddenly said, No, I really can't stop myself. Answer that question once I'm done. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Chapter 12:29 How bloody! How brutal! How brave! Chapter 12:29 How bloody! How brutal! How brave! When Yang Ye's figure appeared once more, he was in front of Yun Tianming, and he slammed his fist against Yun Tianming's stomach. Pooh! Yun Tianming was caught off guard, and he hadn't even been able to recover from his shock before sharp pain came from his stomach. After that, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before his figure was blasted away. However, His figure had just started flying backward when Yang Ye's hand clamped down on his throat, and then he was slammed repeatedly against the ground. In just a few breaths of time, he'd been slammed against the ground for more than 100 times. At this moment, even the entire Imperial Oceanic Shuttle was trembling. "How dare you!" Meanwhile, the black-robed old man and the others had recovered from their shock, and he roared furiously as he stretched his hand out and claws at Yang Yi. However, it didn't take long for him to pull his hand back, because Yang Yi was holding Yun Tianming's barely breathing figure in front of him. Everyone on the shuttle was looking at Yang Yi. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually dare to attack. After all, it was Ocean View City's territory. However, they were quite shocked as well. They were shocked by Yang Ye's strength. After all, Yun Tianming was a quasi-emperor, yet he didn't even have the strength to fight back against Yang Yi. The black-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and spoke fiercely. "Do you want to die?" Yang Yi paid no attention to the old man. He just tossed Yun Tianming to the ground and stomped his foot down on Yun Tianming's stomach. He looked down at Yun Tianming and said, "Now let me ask you something. Do you know what sort of trash you are? If you don't, then let me tell you. You're a piece of useless trash." Yang Yi chuckled at this point and said, "You spoke such words to me earlier, and I'm giving it back to you now. However, there's a difference." "What's the difference?" "The difference is that you used words while I'm using facts to speak those words to you." Yun Tianming was looking at Yang Yi. His face was completely swollen, so while his eyes were opened, it was no different to when they were closed. Even then, everyone could still discern the killing intent and resentment in his eyes. The black-robed old man's group of 3 were looking at Yang Yi as well. However, they didn't dare act because Yun Tianming was in Yang Ye's hands. "You really concealed your strength well." Suddenly, Qin Sangguan walked over and said, "But I've said it before. No one is allowed to fight on the shuttle. Are you looking down on me by attacking someone right now? Actually, I'm someone who likes to abide by the rules." Yang Yi gazed at Qin Sangguan and said, "But I don't like it when I abide by the rules, but others don't, yet someone wants to use those same rules to restrain me." "Manager Qin, that black-robed old man used the aura of an emperor to bully Miss Yun just now. Don't tell me that you didn't notice." Qin Sangguan gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and said, "I really didn't." Yang Yi smiled. "But you saw me, right?" Qin Sangguan nodded slightly. "Indeed. You clearly intend to bully me." Yang Yi smiled. "Since it's like that, we have nothing to talk about. I never intended to discuss anything with you." Qin Sangguan started walking towards Yang Yi. However, a shrill cry suddenly resounded from Yun Tianming. Everyone looked over and saw him spitting out blood repeatedly while his face had warped. "How dare you!" The black-robed old man was furious. He clenched his fists yet didn't dare attack. Qin Sangguan didn't stop and was still walking in Yang Ye's direction. Even though he hadn't released his aura as an emperor, an invisible force was pressing down upon Yang Yi. It was a psychological attack. Perhaps it would work on others, but if it was Yang Yi... Crack! Yang Yi suddenly grabbed Yun Tianming's right arm, and then it was forcefully torn off. H! A miserable and shrill cry resounded throughout the shuttle. The pupils of all the spectators constricted. "How bloody! How brutal! How brave!" Qin Sangguan stopped. While his face was calm as he looked at Yang Yi, his body was emanating a dangerous aura that caused the hearts of others to palpitate. As for the black-robed man's group, their faces had turned pale. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually dare to do that while standing before 4 emperors. Now they stopped doubting that Yang Yi would dare to kill Yun Tianming. Yun Banqing glanced at Yang Yi. She didn't say anything and just moved closer to him. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto Qin Sangguan. "Looks like you really care about his fate. I'm really curious about his connection to you. The Yun clan and Qin clan have had a friendly relationship for years." Yun Banqing explained. "So that's why." Yang Yi nodded. "Manager Qin, I don't have any other request. Just send me to Sword God Island, alright? Are you threatening me?" Manager Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. This time, the killing intent in his eyes seemed material. Yang Yi shrugged. I can't do anything if you want to think of it like that. Qin Sangguan clenched his fists. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man hurriedly walked over to Qin Sangguan. Brother Qin, my young master's safety is the most important thing. Qin Sangguan glanced at the old man and replied. Then deal with it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot a glance at Yang Yi before turning around and leaving. This is my Yun clan's business, and it isn't related to you at all. So why interfere? The black-robed old man spoke in a low voice. This time, he didn't act overbearingly because he noticed that this fellow before him didn't submit to that at all. Yun Banqing gazed at Yang Yi as well when she heard the old man. Even she was really curious about why Yang Yi was helping her. Actually, I didn't want to do this. Yang Yi shrugged. He really didn't. Even though he didn't know Yun Banqing for long, he'd gotten to know her, so he wasn't really able to stand by idly as the old man bullied her. But he hadn't expected that the matter would become so complicated. Actually, he merely wanted to help Yun Banqing in the beginning, and he had no intention to hit Yun Tianming. But in the end, once he found out about Yun Tianming's intentions, he didn't just want to hit Yun Tianming, he wanted to kill Yun Tianming. He had a younger sister as well, and his younger sister held an exalted position in his heart. But Yun Tianming actually wanted his own sister. Yang Yi was truly disgusted to the extreme. So, such a string of events had occurred. You possess extraordinary strength, so I presume your background isn't ordinary. The old man spoke in a low voice. I wonder if you've heard of the Veiled Region's Yun clan? The Yun clan? Yang Yi shook his head. I haven't. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't speak further. Yang Yi turned to look at Yun Banqing and spoke via voice transmission. What are the Yun clan and that Qin clan? Diamond rank powers? Yun Banqing remained silent. Yang Yi asked. You can't tell me? She shook her head and spoke via voice transmission. The Veiled Region is a world that many voiders from all those years ago joined forces to create. Many clans and sects are living in seclusion there, and the Yun clan is one of them. Yang Yi hurriedly asked. The World Devastator cult is there as well? She nodded. It is. However, they are finished. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Yun Banqing replied. They send out around 70% of their emperors to destroy the Sword Alliance, but they were annihilated instead. Moreover, their voider seems to have vanished as well. Without emperors and a voider to protect it, the fate that awaits them is either being kicked out of the Veiled Region or being swallowed by other powers. Yang Yi suddenly asked. Do you know about the Sword Alliance? She nodded. I've investigated it. It rose to prominence extremely quickly, and it has drawn the attention of the clans and sects in the Veiled Region. Yang Yi asked. How does the Sword Alliance compare to those powers in the Veiled Region? Yun Banqing fell silent for a short while and said. If they have a voider, then besides the Yuan clan, no other power in the Veiled Region can resist them. But if they don't have a voider, then they would only be ordinary in the Veiled Region. Because practically every single power in the Veiled Region has a living fossil at the Voider Realm. The Voider Realm? Yang Yi fell silent. Indeed, the Sword Alliance's strength wasn't really sufficient to face such an expert now. However, he wasn't afraid. If he was really fighting desperately with his life on the line, then he would bring his rebirth rank sword intent to the brink. He intended to see if a voider could resist rebirth rank sword intent at the brink. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly said, Actually, the Sword Alliance's actions were very unwise. Yang Yi gazed at her. What do you mean? Yun Banqing said. According to the information sent back by the forces I sent, I noticed. Wait. Yang Yi suddenly interrupted her. You have people in the Sword Alliance? She replied. Of course. It's not just the Yun clan, all the other powers in the Veiled Region should have people in the Sword Alliance. Yang Yi frowned. Why? She replied. It's a threat. The Sword Alliance is a threat to the Veiled Region. That's why I said its actions were very unwise. Because they think that they are the number one power on the continent, but that's actually not the case. They haven't really seen the truly powerful sects and clans of the continent, but those powers know everything about the Sword Alliance. Yang Yi fell silent. He hadn't expected the Veiled Region to exist on Dark Hell Continent, and those powers in the Veiled Region had already started acting against the Sword Alliance. Yang Yi remained silent for some time before he asked, "Miss Yun, what did you use to do in the Yun clan?" She glanced at him and said, "Internal affair and managing its businesses." Yang Yi's eyes lit up. Even though Yi Luyun was very capable, it was really quite tiring for her to manage the entire city and Sword Alliance on her own. But if she had someone to help her... Yes, Yun Banqing was an extremely suitable candidate. Of course, she was only suitable, and he would naturally not make her join right now. Moreover, she might not even agree. He couldn't act impatiently, and had to observe her first. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly walked over to Yun Tianming, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. "May I?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he understood what she meant. She intended to teach Yun Tianming a lesson. So, he immediately nodded. "Just don't kill him." "Thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, a dagger appeared in her grasp before she swiftly stabbed it between Yun Tianming's legs while everyone else on the shuttle watched with astonishment. "Ah!" A miserable and shrill cry that sounded like a pig being slaughtered resounded throughout the shuttle. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 12:30 I have quite a hot temper. Chapter 12:30 I have quite a hot temper. Everyone was stunned, including Yang Yi. They hadn't expected her to actually cripple that precious part of Yun Tianming's body. Even though quasi-emperors could regrow their limbs, the pain from having that cut off was absolutely not something anyone wanted to experience. Yun Tianming's entire body was twitched as he howled incessantly. "You're courting death!" The black-robed old man and the others recovered from their shock, and the black-robed old man was about to act. However, Yang Yi's foot suddenly stomped down on Yun Tianming's head. The black-robed old man hurriedly stopped, and he even stopped the other two old men who were about to act. He didn't speak and just gazed at Yang Yi. However, even an idiot would know that it was impossible to resolve this matter peacefully. Yang Yi ignored the old man and glanced at Yun Banqing, but he didn't say a word. Yun Banqing remained silent for a long time before she said, "Sorry!" Yang Yi didn't speak. Besides venting her anger, there was another reason why Yun Banqing had suddenly chopped it off, and it was so that the conflict between him and the Yun clan would grow even more severe. Who stood to gain the most from that? Yun Banqing, of course. If Yun Tianming was dead, then there would naturally be no one who acted against her mother and younger brother, and there would be no one to threaten her. Perhaps she could even benefit greatly from it. After all, she belonged to the Yun clan. However, Yang Yi would suffer the Yun clan's revenge. While he didn't fear it, he didn't like being used like that. When she saw him remain silent, Yun Banqing spoke once more. "I'm sorry!" Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "It's my fault for wanting to lend a hand." "It's not your fault. It was my own choice." If he could do it all over again, he would still choose to help her. He wasn't a good person, or it could be said that he was actually a bad person. A sense of righteousness? He didn't have anything like that. He always acted according to his own feelings. If he felt that it could be done, then he would do it. As for whether it was right or wrong, he didn't care at all. After all, there was no absolute right or wrong in this world. In his opinion, everything should be done according to the heart's desire. Yun Banqing lowered her head slightly when she heard him, and no one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at the black-robed man and the others. "Stop staring at me. I'll let your young master go once we arrive at Sword God Island. If you continue staring at me to the point that I'm annoyed, then I might just stomp his head into pieces. I'm serious, I have quite the temper when I'm in a bad mood." Their expressions became unsightly when they heard Yang Yi. However, they didn't dare attack, because they would be unable to avoid blame if Yun Tianming died. The black-robed old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he moved aside with the other two old men by his side. Once they moved aside, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Yun Banqing and said, Miss Yun, according to what you said earlier, the Sword Alliance is in a very worrying state. She was stunned when she heard Yang Yi ask her a question. She looked up and glanced at him, and she heaved a sigh of relief upon noticing that Yang Yi didn't seem to be angry. She said, They rose to prominence too quickly. Coupled with the fact that its master, Yang Yi, is too ruthless, it would naturally cause the clans and sects of the Veiled Region to feel fearful and take precautions against them. Moreover, they might even feel hostile towards the Sword Alliance. So, once conflict arises between the Sword Alliance and a sect or clans of the Veiled Region, then it would be very likely for them to join forces against the Sword Alliance. Or perhaps if a power of the Veiled Region attacks and keeps the Sword Alliance busy, then the other powers might launch a preemptive strike. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Needless to say, what she said really did make sense. The Sword Alliance had risen too quickly. At this moment, it was already capable of posing a threat to many powers in the Veiled Region. That naturally made the powers of the Veiled Region feel fearful and become vigilant. It wouldn't be a problem if no conflict arose between the Sword Alliance and the Veiled Region, but once it did, the Sword Alliance would be in a very bad situation. After all, those powers knew everything about the Sword Alliance, but the Sword Alliance knew nothing about them. Yang Yi remained silent for a while before he looked at her. Miss Yun, what do you think the Sword Alliance should do to deal with the current situation? Yun Banqing was silent for a long time before she said, Strength is absolute. So, the Sword Alliance shouldn't be thinking about how to deal with the fear and hostility of the powers from the Veiled Region. It should be thinking about how to get even stronger. But just that isn't sufficient. Because if this continues, then the Veiled Region will definitely act. After all, they will absolutely not allow the Sword Alliance to fully unite the continent. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Yun Banqing glanced at him and replied, Even though the Veiled Region is a completely isolated world, it's still a part of Dark Hell continent. Would you allow someone who can pose a threat to you to be near you? The rise of a new power would definitely impact the older powers. Of course, the exception is if the Sword Alliance possesses absolute strength that forces them to seek peace and dare not fight. Unfortunately, the Sword Alliance doesn't. Yang Yi nodded. You haven't said how the Sword Alliance should deal with it. She shook her head. Actually, their rise made it so that they were bound to collide with the Veiled Region. It's an unavoidable battle. Unless they possess absolute strength. What a fucking pain! Yang Yi couldn't help but curse in his heart. His objective was actually not to reign supreme over Dark Hell continent. He didn't have the time for that because he would one day take the Sword Alliance with him and leave Dark Hell continent. However, he wasn't in a situation where they wouldn't attack him if he didn't attack them. If I were the Sword Alliance's master, I would act first by sending my forces to gain an understanding of the situation in the Veiled Region. If it's possible, it would be best to split them up and drive a wedge between them. Because there's fighting within the Veiled Region as well. Yun Banqing continued. However, they don't even know where the Veiled Region is. Moreover, even if they knew, they wouldn't be able to get in. Because there's an identification area at the entrance of the Veiled Region. Every single person that leaves the Veiled Region would have an identification card embedded into them, and the defensive formations there would be triggered if they returned without the identification card. Yang Yi sized her up in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly said, Actually, it isn't the Sword Alliance that should be careful, it's that fellow, Yang Yi. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Yun Banqing replied. He's the strongest in the Sword Alliance, and he's their pillar of mental strength. Besides that, the Sword Alliance is formed from mercenaries, independent cultivators, and the remaining survivors of the Sword God's palace. The reason they are sticking together is Yang Yi. But once he dies, the Veiled Region would practically have to do nothing before the Sword Alliance would collapse on its own. So, if the Veiled Region acts, it'll definitely send Voiders to kill Yang Yi. Yang Yi was speechless. He remained silent for a long time before he glanced at Yun Banqing and said, Miss Yun, your status in the Yun clan doesn't seem to be very good. Yun Banqing fell silent for a long time before she said, My mother is a maidservant, and thus possesses very low status. Even though she gave birth to me and my younger brother, she's still looked down upon in such an ancient clan like the Yun clan. So, wasn't even given any status and remained a maidservant. As for Yun Tianming, his mother is the young miss of the Qin clan. He was bound to be the next patriarch of the Yun clan since he was born. Yang Yi nodded and didn't speak further. He looked towards the distance while a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. He'd thought that the Sword Alliance had no enemies and could develop freely. But now it would seem like it wasn't that it had no enemies, they just weren't aware of those enemies. However, those enemies had already sent their forces to infiltrate the Sword Alliance. The Sword Alliance was in a worrying situation. However, he wasn't afraid. The current Sword Alliance wasn't the same as how it was in the beginning, and the Veiled Region's forces would have to think twice before acting against the Sword Alliance. Yan Yi was silent for a long time before he restrained his thoughts, and then he turned around and looked towards the direction of the Sword God Island. The stellar sword diagram. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a low voice. I hope I won't be disappointed this time. Yun Banqing glanced at Yang Yi, glanced at Yun Tianming who remained beneath Yang Ye's foot, and then lowered her head. No one knew what she was thinking. The Imperial Oceanic Shuttle grew faster and faster. At this point in the journey, its speed was practically comparable to an emperor. All along the way, numerous colossi emerged incessantly around the shuttle. They were of all shapes and sizes, and just a part of them was larger than the entire shuttle. The others on the shuttle were horrified by the sight of these colossi because there were many Emperor Realm oceanic demons amongst them. Fortunately, they merely showed themselves before diving back down beneath the surface. 3 days later, they finally saw an island ahead. Actually, it really couldn't be called an island because it was too huge. It was simply boundless, and they couldn't see the end of it even with their fields of vision. The Imperial Oceanic Shuttle didn't get close to Sword God Island, and it stopped around 5 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Qin Sangwan appeared before them. Everyone, please disembark. Remember that you have 10 days. We'll be leaving in 10 days. If you can't return in time, then you have to wait for the next trip to return. As soon as he finished speaking, many leaped off the shuttle and vanished into the distance. It didn't take long for just Yan Yi, Yun Banqing, and the others to remain on the shuttle. Qin Sangwan and the 3 black-robed old men gazed at Yan Yi. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly picked up Yun Tianming's unconscious figure and placed her dagger against his throat. After that, she turned to look at Yang Yi. Leave first and quickly get on Sword God Island. A formation covers the entire island, and their divine sense isn't able to sense anything in there. So, you'll be able to hide yourself. Yang Yi glanced at her and asked, Then what about you? I have my own way to escape. She looked him in the eyes. Leave quickly. Meanwhile, one of the old men by the black-robed old man's side was about to speak, but the black-robed old man stopped him. After all, their main objective right now was to ensure Yun Tianming's safety. Yang Yi glanced at Yun Banqing, nodded, and then leaped off the shuttle. Chapter 12:31 You dared to come here when you're all alone? Chapter 12:31 You dared to come here when you're all alone? After Yang Yi leaped off the shuttle, a wisp of resolve flashed through Yun Banqing's eyes, and then she closed her eyes slowly as her grip on the dagger grew tighter. The black-robed old man gazed at her and said, Let the young master go! Let him go! A ferocious expression appeared on her face as she opened her eyes and looked at the old man. What's the point of letting such an animal live? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly pressed down with her right hand. Hiss! Yun Tianming's head was cut off. The 3 old men and Qin Sangwan were stunned by this scene. All of them had never expected her to actually kill him. Is she not afraid of death? After she cut off Yun Tianming's head, Yun Banqing's eyes closed slowly. She could have lived if she didn't kill him, but living would be worse than death for her. But while killing Yun Tianming would result in her death, her mother and younger brother in the Yun clan would be able to live. Because the black-robed old man and the others would absolutely not dare to bully her mother and younger brother without Yun Tianming's support. Even though their life would still not be pleasant, they would be able to live at least. I was right. You really are timid on the outside but unyielding on the inside. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly arose by Yun Banqing's ear. She was stunned and opened her eyes, and she saw a familiar face. It was Yang Yi who'd left and returned. You didn't leave! Yun Banqing looked him in the eyes. Why? Yang Yi joked. I couldn't bear to lose you. Yun Banqing was stunned. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man suddenly spoke fiercely. You bitch! You actually killed the young master! I'll make living worse than death for you! As soon as he finished speaking, the old man was about to attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly stretched out his right hand. In an instant, his entire right hand was covered in countless fiery red dragon scales. A moment later, he clenched his right fist. Crack! The space around them instantly cracked open. Qin Sangguan was astounded and hurriedly shouted, Watch out! Meanwhile, Yang Yi pulled his right arm back before slamming it forward. Bang! A terrifying force surged out like a torrent from Yang Yi's fist. The black-robed man was the first to bear the brunt for it, and a shrill cry resounded from him as his figure flew backwards. As for Qin Sangguan and the other two emperors, they were blasted back as well. When they recovered from their shock, Yang Yi and Yun Banqing's figures had vanished on the shuttle. Qin Sangguan and the others were stunned on the spot for a long time, and there was astonishment in their eyes. Because that force from before was too terrifying. It felt like it came from an emperor-ranked demon beast. One of the old men asked in a voice that still carried shock. Who is he? Qin Sangguan shook his head and looked down at his palm. At this moment, his palm was trembling, and it was exactly this palm which he'd used to defend himself against Yang Yi's attack. Suddenly, the black-robed old man appeared before them. At this moment, an extremely obvious strand of scarlet red could be seen on the corner of the black-robed old man's mouth. No matter who he is, he has to die. If we don't kill him and take that bitch back with us, then all of us will have to bear the consequences. The black-robed old man gazed at Qin Sangguan at this point and continued. Brother Qin, you're responsible for the young master's death as well. I'm sure you're aware of the madam's temper. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them vanished on the spot. Qin Sangguan frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then his figure shot towards Sword God Island as well. Sword God Island. Yang Yi held Yun Banqing in his arms as he dashed all the way forward, and he was ceaselessly scanning the surroundings. The area in the distance was covered in towering mountains. Just as Yun Banqing had said, the island was filled with sharp sword intent, and while it was weaker than the sword intent on Godfall Mountain, it couldn't be underestimated. Where's the ruins of the Sword God's palace? Asked Yang Yi. The island was so huge, so it would probably take quite some time to find the ruins if he didn't have a direction in mind. Because he couldn't utilize his divine sense here. It wasn't because of the sword intent but the formation that enveloped the island. Yun Banqing said. I don't know. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He looked down at her while she remained in his arms, and she glanced at him and said, I've never been here. All right. Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he forcefully stopped himself. He'd only just stopped when a black shadow suddenly shot out from the forest in the distance, and it shot towards him. Yang Yi wrapped his left hand around Yun Banqing's waist and freed his right hand before slamming it forward. Bang! The black shadow howled with pain as it flew backwards. Yang Yi glanced at his right hand, and he actually saw a few bloody holes on it. He raised his head and saw that the black shadow was a quasi-emperor realm demon beast. It was like a tiger covered in sharp spikes, and it was especially so for its claws. The spikes on its claws were dozens of centimeters long and seemed rather terrifying. A sword-spiked tiger, Yun Banqing said. Be careful of these demon beasts. Every single demon beast that has been able to survive on the island has experienced and survived the brutal laws of the jungle here. Yan Yi nodded. Even though it was only at the quasi-emperor realm, its strength surprised Yan Yi a little. Because it was actually able to pierce through his defenses with ease. After all, his physical defense was comparable to an emperor realm demon beast. The sword-spiked tiger gazed ferociously at Yang Yi, but it didn't dare to step forward. Yang Yi glanced at it, and then flashed towards the side. Suddenly, the sword-spiked tiger roared with fury and dashed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi stopped when he saw that, and then a cold glow flashed through his eyes as he gazed at it. After that, he stomped his right foot against the ground and vanished on the spot. He was in front of it when his figure appeared once more, and he slammed his fist against its head. Bang! The sword-spiked tiger howled with pain and was blasted away. Yun Banqing glanced at Yan Yi and remained silent, but tempestuous waves of shock were surging through her heart. Because his physical strength made her doubt if he really was human. After he blasted the sword-spiked tiger away, Yan Yi was about to follow up with another attack. However, his expression changed, and his figure moved 300 m back. Meanwhile, around 100 plus sword-spiked tigers appeared around him, and there was a golden sword-spiked tiger amongst them. It was at the Emperor realm. Yun Banqing's face fell at the sight of this. Yang Yi frowned. These demon beasts were quite troublesome for him if he couldn't utilize sword intent and his sword. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing sent him a voice transmission. Always deal with the leader first. Yan Ye's gaze instantly descended onto the golden sword-spiked tiger when he heard her. After that, he stomped his foot on the ground and relied on the counterforce to shoot forward. In an instant, he arrived before the sword-spiked tiger, and then he slammed his fist forward. The golden sword-spiked tiger roared with fury when it saw Yan Yi actually attack it, and it transformed into a ray of golden light that shot towards Yan Ye's fist. Bang! Yan Yi was blasted 300 m away, and so was the golden sword-spiked tiger. Yan Yi blinked and glanced at his fist. Bloody holes had appeared once more on his fist, which had been repaired by his violet energy just now. Yan Yi gazed at Yun Banqing and said, "Its body is really strong. You're even stronger." Yun Banqing glanced at him as she spoke. After all, she'd never seen a human actually collide physically with an Emperor Realm demon beast and be equally matched. Roar! Meanwhile, the sword-spiked tiger suddenly howled with fury, and then it transformed into a golden ray of light that shot at Yan Yi. The fire dragon gauntlets instantly covered Yan Ye's arm, and then he clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! Yan Yi was pushed around 150 m back while the sword-spiked tiger was pushed almost 1 kilometer back. Yan Yi glanced at the fire dragon gauntlets, while a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. This thing really is quite good. Yan Yi raised his head and glanced at the golden sword-spiked tiger. The latter was looking at him as well. At the instant that the gazes of the man and beast collided, both instantly vanished on the spot. Bang! Another explosion resounded. Yan Yi was pushed around 100 m back while the sword-spiked tiger was pushed over 600 m back. The sword-spiked tiger revealed a ferocious gaze in its eyes and was about to charge forward once more. Suddenly, a long roar resounded from afar. The sword-spiked tiger's pupils constricted upon hearing it, and then it immediately turned around and vanished into the dense forest with the other sword-spiked tigers. Yan Yi was stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing said, "Its clan has probably encountered some sort of danger." Yang Yi said, "Why did they attack us earlier?" Yun Banqing replied, "We probably entered their territory. I'm sure you're aware that demon beasts take their territory very seriously. Anyone who enters their territory without permission would be treated as enemies. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the others who entered the island in the past definitely killed many demon beasts. So, they are very hostile to humans. It's so difficult for humans and demon beasts to live together in harmony." Yang Yi shook his head. Actually, he really had no ill intent towards demon beasts. But it couldn't be helped because while he held no ill intent, it didn't represent that they held no ill intent towards him. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, Yang Yi was about to leave. However, the black-robed old man from the Yun clan suddenly appeared not too far away from him. The old man was stunned when he saw Yang Yi and Yun Banqing, and then his face instantly became ferocious. "I've found you!" Yang Yi was about to flee because just his physical strength alone wasn't sufficient to fight 4 emperors. But it didn't take long for him to notice that the black-robed old man was all alone. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "Where are those companions of yours?" Yun Banqing spoke softly. "They probably split up to find us." Yang Yi blinked, and then he turned to look at the old man while he spoke with astonishment. "You dared to come here when you're all alone?" Chapter 1232 I alone am more than enough. Chapter 1232 I alone am more than enough. I alone am more than enough to deal with you. The black-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he'd spoken like that, he became vigilant in his heart. Anyone capable of attaining the Emperor realm was no fall. That attack Yang Yi executed earlier was sufficient for him to take Yang Yi seriously. But he wasn't afraid because while he couldn't sense Yang Yi's realm of cultivation, his intuition told him that Yang Yi was a quasi-emperor at most. Would he have to fear facing a quasi-emperor when he was an emperor? After he confirmed that the black-robed man was all alone, a smile had curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. If it were all 4 of them, then perhaps he would be fearful. After all, he couldn't utilize his sword intent right now. But if it was just 1... The smile on Yang Yi's face grew wider. He didn't waste his breath. He placed Yun Banqing on the ground and vanished on the spot. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yang Yi's figure vanished, and there was a solemn expression in his eyes. An expert's skill would be evident once the expert launched an attack. Yang Yi's speed truly shocked him. He didn't have the time to think because Yang Yi's fist was already in front of him. He didn't dare act carelessly when he sensed the terrifying energy contained within Yang Yi's fist, and he pressed his palms together before pressing them forward against Yang Yi's fist. Bang! An explosion resounded from the point of collision. The black-robed old man's arms trembled violently while his figure was pushed almost 1 kilometer back. However, he hadn't even stopped moving back when Yang Yi suddenly appeared before him, and then Yang Yi's leg whipped down at him. It was swift like a bolt of lightning and powerful like a falling mountain. Because it was too swift, the old man couldn't dodge at all, and he had no choice but to slap his palm against Yang Yi's leg. Bang! The old man's palm had just come into contact with Yang Yi's leg when his expression changed. Because he felt like his palm had slapped against steel, and it made his entire arm feel numb. After that, his figure was blasted away. However, Yang Yi pressed forward, and his fists and legs rained down upon the old man. Suppression. Absolute suppression. Yun Banqing was flabbergasted by the scene before her eyes. She hadn't imagined that an emperor would actually be unable to fight back against a quasi-emperor. Yang Yi's aura was concealed by his sword domain, so both the black-robed old man and Yun Banqing thought that he was a quasi-emperor. The reason they hadn't thought he was an emperor was because Yang Yi didn't possess the imposing aura of an emperor. Moreover, Yang Yi was too young. Perhaps there were young emperors in this world, but it was absolutely rare and only occurred once in 1,000 years. But both of them were wrong. Yang Yi was no quasi-emperor, he was just a mid-rank saint. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly while the old man was pushed back repeatedly. He practically couldn't fight back at all, but Yang Yi grew stronger as the battle progressed, and his attacks grew sharper and sharper. It could be said that Yang Yi had only encountered a single person in his life that could fight him in close-quartered combat, and it was Nanjing. And Nanjing's ability in close-quartered combat was something that even he could be said to fear. Because her instinct in battle was too terrifying, and she always knew what her opponent's next move was. Besides Nanjing, there were very few who could fight him in close-quartered combat. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Yi seized a moment that the old man was distracted to slam his fist against the old man's stomach. Instantly, a mouthful of blood sprayed from the black-robed old man's mouth, and his figure was blasted flying. However, His figure had just started flying backwards when Yang Yi grabbed his leg before slamming his figure against the ground. Bang! The entire ground shook violently while another mouthful of blood sprayed from the black-robed old man's mouth. However, that wasn't the end of it. Yang Yi held onto the old man's leg and raised his figure up before slamming him against the ground in succession. Bang! 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 The ground shook incessantly. After over a dozen breaths of time passed, Yang Yi finally stopped. At this moment, the black-robed old man was on the verge of death. Only his eyes could move right now, and his gaze was filled with resentment as he looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi paid no attention to him. He flicked a strand of force through the center of the old man's forehead. It didn't take long for the old man's eyes to dim down, and then countless strands of spirit energy started to seep out slowly from his corpse. Meanwhile, Snowy, who'd been hiding and sleeping, had emerged once more. She blinked, and then her gaze descended onto the black-robed old man before opening her mouth and absorbing the spirit energy. After she finished absorbing the spirit energy, she patted her stomach before jumping onto Yang Yi's shoulder. She wrapped her claws around Yang Yi's neck, and it didn't take long for her to fall asleep. Yang Yi rubbed his head gently against Snowy while a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. After that, he gazed at the black-robed old man's corpse. He remained silent for a long time before he glanced at his own fists. My physical strength is still too weak. After all, he'd taken so long to kill an emperor, and he was very dissatisfied. However, Yun Banqing had a strange expression in her eyes when she heard him. Do you really have to strike such a blow to my confidence? Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the old man's spatial ring instantly flew into his grasp. Yang Yi shook his head once he scanned its contents. Because there were actually less than 3,000 violet crystals within it, and the rest was just a bunch of miscellaneous treasures. There was only one quasi-emperor rank dagger that was barely passable, and the rest were trash to him. Yang Yi shook his head and waved his right hand, putting the black-robed old man's corpse away. After that, he walked over to Yun Banqing. He was about to carry her in his arms when she took a step back and said, I can walk myself. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he nodded. Let's go. However, he suddenly frowned, and then he glanced behind himself. After that, he wrapped his arm around Yun Banqing's waist and vanished into the forest in the distance. Not long after they left, Qin Sangguan and the other two emperors from the Yun clan appeared where Yang Yi had been standing just now. Qin Sangguan glanced at the surroundings, and he remained silent for a long time before he said, We're too late. The emperors from the Yun clan immediately revealed unsightly expressions on their faces when they heard him. The emperor on Qin Sangguan's left spoke in a low voice. From the moment Brother Emo sent the signal for help and until we arrived, only a few dozen breaths of time passed. Who was able to kill Brother Emo in such a short period? The emperor on Qin Sangguan's right spoke abruptly. Could it be that man who was with that bitch? Qin Sangguan and the other emperor's eyes narrowed. They remained silent for a long time before Qin Sangguan said, Brother Ningquan, Brother Feng Yuan, regardless of whether Brother Emo was killed by that kid, we have to be careful. That kid isn't an ordinary person. Even though there are rarely any geniuses capable of killing emperors at the quasi-emperor realm, there are some. Not to mention quasi-emperors killing emperors, there are even saints capable of killing emperors. I'm sure both of you've heard of the Sword Alliance's master, Yang Yi, right? Yang Yi! Both of their expressions changed when they heard that name. If the question was who the number one genius on Dark Hell Continent was, then the answer would definitely be Yang Yi. This title of number one genius didn't just cover all the forces on the surface throughout the continent, it even included the Veiled region. Instantly annihilating emperors while at the Saint Realm, and single-handedly fighting 10 emperors without being forced into a disadvantaged situation. Only Jian Wuji could compete with such accomplishments in battle. Even though both of them were emperors, if they encountered the Sword Alliance's Yang Yi, then they would definitely flee without the slightest hesitation. Was it embarrassing? No. No one would think so. Because such a monstrous genius wasn't someone that an ordinary person could go against. Meanwhile, Qin Sangguan said, Don't worry. No matter how monstrous he is, he wouldn't dare to come to Sword God Ocean. Ning Kun nodded. Sword God Ocean was a forbidden area for sword cultivators. Even though Yang Yi was strong, could he be stronger than that expert who'd single-handedly destroyed the Sword God's palace? Now let's not split up anymore. Qin Sangguan glanced at the surroundings and said, There were quite a few experts amongst the people who came here this time. Moreover, there are many dangers throughout the island. We must be careful. Ning Kun gazed at Qin Sangguan and asked, Brother Qin, are you not returning to the shuttle? I have someone to look after it. Qin Sangguan raised his head and looked towards the distance. Now that I've entered this island of treasures, how can I return empty-handed? Moreover, that kid disregarded the rules of my Ocean View City. Wouldn't my Ocean View City's reputation be tarnished if he's allowed to escape? Besides that, he killed the young Miss's son right in front of me. Even I wouldn't be able to give the young Miss an explanation if I can't kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Sangguan waved his hand. Let's go. I'm certain that we'll definitely encounter him again. They vanished on the spot once Qin Sangguan finished speaking. Not long after they left, Yang Yi and Yun Banqing appeared there. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, Your ability in concealment is amazing. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he patted Snowy lightly. Snowy, lead us to treasures. Snowy scratched Yang Ye's neck lightly and didn't wake up. Yang Yi took her in his hands and pinched her nose lightly. Tell me where the treasures are before going to sleep. Snowy opened her drowsy eyes and glanced at Yang Yi, and there was a trace of bitterness in her eyes. Yang Yi felt bad. He kissed her nose and said, Tell us which direction to head towards, and then you can go to sleep, all right? Snowy pointed at her nose. Yang Yi cracked a smile and kissed her nose again. This made Snowy's little face flush red like an apple. Yun Banqing glanced at Snowy, and the fondness in her eyes was completely undisguised. Snowy sniffed lightly. A short while passed before she pointed towards the distance. But Yang Yi and Yun Banqing's faces became unsightly at the same time. It had nothing to do with Snowy. It was because numerous sword-spiked tigers had suddenly emerged from the forest. There were over 100 of them, and they were led by the golden sword-spiked tiger. However, there was another golden sword-spiked tiger by its side as well. 2 Emperor Realm sword-spiked tigers and over 100 at the Quasi-Emperor Realm. Yang Yi said, They seem to be targeting us. Yun Banqing suddenly said, See that sword-spiked tiger between those 2 golden sword-spiked tigers? Yang Yi was instantly stunned when he looked over. Because it was the same sword-spiked tiger he'd encountered in the beginning. However, it looked quite ugly right now. Because it had been beaten up by him to the point that its head was out of shape. Yun Banqing said, It should be the Tiger King's son. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. Now, it really was a case of beating up the young and having to face the senior. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to wrap his arm around Yun Banqing's waist and flee. As for those sword-spiked tigers, they howled before chasing after Yang Yi. Yang Ye's face grew quite unsightly. Because he noticed that the sword-spiked tigers were extraordinarily swift. If he wasn't able to fly on his sword, then his speed was just slightly superior to theirs. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly said, Actually, if you're able to subdue them and make them form an army with humans, then it'll definitely be extremely formidable. Yang Yi immediately stopped when he heard this. Chapter 1233 Cheongqi. Get out here right now. Chapter 1233 Cheongqi. Get out here right now. As soon as he stopped, both of them were encircled by those sword-spiked tigers. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto them while an arc curled up on the corners of his mouth. The weakest amongst them were quasi-emperors, so they would definitely be extremely strong if they formed a joint army with humans. After all, when the number of quasi-emperors arrived at a certain level, they could pose a threat to emperors. Especially these sword-spiked tigers, they were utterly incomparable to ordinary quasi-emperor realm demon beasts. Just like this very moment. While his body was comparable to an emperor realm demon beast, if he relied solely on his body and didn't utilize any treasures, then he would have no choice but to flee if the sword-spiked tigers swarmed him. Actually, just over 20 quasi-Emperor realm sword-spiked tigers were sufficient to pose a threat to him. Of course, if he could use his sword, then he wouldn't fear them even if they swarmed him. In the past, his physical strength was comparable to the strength of his sword Dao. Yet now, once he attained rebirth rank sword intent, his sword Dao had far surpassed his body. As for his body at the Divine Shift realm, it wasn't really sufficient anymore. Yun Banqing was stunned when she saw him stop and said, "You want to subdue them?" Yan Yi nodded while a trace of fervor arose in his eyes. These sword-spiked tigers were already extremely strong right now, so if they were fostered into the Emperor realm, then they would definitely be a terrifying army. Yun Banqing said, "Let's think about that in the future and flee first." Yan Yi returned to his senses. He glanced at the surroundings and noticed that the sword-spiked tigers were glaring angrily at him while ceaselessly gnashing their teeth. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. Hearing what she said just now had caused his thoughts to fly far away, and he'd forgotten that he couldn't fight these sword-spiked tigers right now. 2 emperors and over 100 quasi-emperors. It would be quite troublesome even if he could use his sword. After all, Emperor Realm demon beasts weren't like ordinary human emperors. It wouldn't be too difficult if he could pierce through their defenses, but if he couldn't, then it would be a huge problem. As for subduing them, he didn't think he had some kind of kingly aura that would make them submit obediently just like that. Demon beasts were extremely unyielding. Even if one's strength far surpassed them, they may not submit. After he realized the facts of the situation, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and started to prepare to flee. Meanwhile, the golden sword-spiked tiger which led the group suddenly howled, and then over 100 sword-spiked tigers howled in unison before charging at Yang Yi. The imposing aura emanated from the charge of over 100 quasi-emperor sword-spiked tigers was even more terrifying than the aura of 10 emperors. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. These sword-spiked tigers really are not bad. Bang! A strand of imposing aura surged out explosively from Yang Yi and instantly obstructed the imposing aura of those sword-spiked tigers. A moment later, Yang Yi stomped his foot against the ground, and his figure shot towards the golden sword-spiked tiger which led the group. Roar! Ferocity flashed through its eyes when it saw Yang Yi charge at it, and it immediately leaped up and slammed its head against Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi's fist smashed against its head. The space in the surroundings rippled violently while the golden sword-spiked tiger was blasted almost 1 kilometer back. Yang Yi was blasted flying as well, but it only took him a moment to stop his figure. After that, he gazed at the golden sword-spiked tiger and said, "Just you wait. I'll come back for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and vanished from its field of vision. The sword-spiked tigers intended to pursue him. But the golden sword-spiked tiger howled, and they instantly stopped. The gold sword-spiked tiger looked in the direction Yang Yi left towards, and a long time passed before it withdrew its gaze and left with the other sword-spiked tigers. Yang Yi took Yun Banqing with him as he dashed forward all along the way. Now, he finally knew why Sword God Island was dangerous. It was because one couldn't scan the surroundings with divine sense, and there were numerous demon beasts on the island, so one might run into the lair of demon beasts at any moment. The speed of ordinary humans would definitely be incapable of outrunning demon beasts that had 4 legs. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing asked, "You really intend to subdue them?" Yang Yi nodded. He really did have such intentions, but he knew that it was quite difficult. Demon beasts were proud, and he was very clearly aware that it was difficult to make them submit to humans. Yun Banqing suddenly said, "I have a way." Yang Yi gazed at her. "How?" she replied. "Do you know why there are demon beasts on the island?" Yang Yi asked. "What are you trying to say?" Yun Banqing explained. "The demon beasts on the island were actually raised by Sword God's palace." "Why?" "Most of them were raised to temper the disciples of Sword God's palace, but some are the guardian demon beasts of the Sword God's palace. However, there were very few demon beasts all those years ago, and the reason they've become so numerous and strong is because of Sword God's palace's destruction. No one is there to manage them, and that's why they've been multiplying without restraint and fighting each other. Under such circumstances, they grew more and more numerous, and they grew stronger and stronger. Yang Yi gazed at her to signal that she should continue. Yun Banqing continued. If you want to subdue them, then you must obtain the symbol of the Sword God's palace's master, the Sword God's seal. They recognize the Sword God's seal. If you obtain it, then you won't just be able to subdue the Sword's pike tigers, even the other demon beasts throughout the island will obey your command. The Sword God's seal. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. It was one of the objectives he had on this trip to the ruins of Sword God's palace. It could enhance sword intent and sword energy, and it even had a formidable formation within it. It just happened to be suitable for him. Actually, many clans and sects from the Veiled region sent their forces here, and their objective was the Sword God's seal as well. However, no one got it. Yun Banqing glanced at him and said, "So don't be too hopeful." Yang Yi nodded, and then raised his head and looked forward. There was a towering mountain range in the distance, and they stretched beyond the limits of his vision. There were countless formidable demon beasts hidden there, and if he could subdue them all. Yun Banqing looked towards the distance and said, "Actually, many haven't even been able to arrive at the ruins and died in this mountain range. If it wasn't for you, I would definitely die in this mountain range as well." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, "No matter what, thank you." Yang Yi touched his nose and said, "Miss Yun, I'm not someone who likes to beat around the bush. To be honest, I only helped you because we became acquainted earlier, and I wasn't able to just stand by idly and watch you die. However, I have a reason as well." Yun Banqing seemed to have guessed he would say this and wasn't surprised. "Go on," Yang Yi said. "I've established a small power and lack someone capable in management like Miss Yun. I hope you'll help me." The Sword Alliance was growing larger and larger. Even though Yi Liuyun's ability wasn't bad, there was a limit to it in the end. Moreover, it was truly too tiring for her to do it on her own. Besides that, he was serious about developing the Sword Alliance, and he wasn't just playing. Yun Banqing fell silent. Yang Yi said, "It's fine if you refuse. I won't force you." Yun Banqing shook her head slightly. "My mother and younger brother are at the Veiled region," Yang Yi said. "I'll get your mother and younger brother once we leave this place, all right?" Yun Banqing looked up at him and said, "You," Yang Yi said. "I keep my word." She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, "Thank you." Yang Yi smiled and patted his chest. Snowy emerged from his chest. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled as watched Snowy's eyes spin about. She was still cowardly as before, and she immediately hid herself as soon as he got into battle. Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, "Where should we head to now?" Snowy blinked, sniffed lightly, and then pointed towards a direction. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and placed it around Yun Banqing's waist, and then he vanished on the spot. They traveled according to the direction Snowy provided them, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at a gorge. Snowy pointed at a mountain wall, and Yang Yi was stunned when he looked over. There was a tree there, and it was covered in fist-sized golden fruits. They were very familiar to him, and he'd even eaten those fruits in the past. They were adamantium fruits. Yun Banqing cried out involuntarily. "Ripe adamantium fruits!" Yang Yi nodded while a trace of excitement arose in his eyes. These adamantium fruits were much larger than the adamantium fruits which he'd eaten in the past. Moreover, there were over 300 on the free. Over 300 ripe adamantium fruits. Yang Yi was about to take them when his expression suddenly changed. He turned to look towards the distance, and an old man in a luxurious robe had suddenly appeared there. An emperor. Yun Banqing glanced at the old man and didn't speak. After witnessing the strength Yang Yi possessed, not to mention a single emperor, she wouldn't be afraid even if there were 3 emperors there. The old man paid no attention to Yang Yi. He looked up at the tree and said, "Adamantium fruits! Awesome! I'll get at least a few tens of thousands of violet crystals by selling them to the oceanic demon beast clans." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, I saw both of you on the shuttle. I never expected you to survive before them. Looks like you have some strength. He pointed at the tree and said, Everyone who sees a treasure should be entitled to a share of it. So how about we share it equally? However, Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head. Strength is the only respected standard. All of these belong to you, senior. I dare not ask for any. Right, all of them belong to you. Feel free to take them. Yun Banqing glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and said, You're quite sensible, then I'll let you live. Thank you, senior. Once he finished speaking, Yang Yi grabbed Yun Banqing's hand and moved backwards. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he didn't hesitate to flash towards the tree. Yang Yi didn't launch a surprise attack against the old man. He just took Yun Banqing in his arm, turned around, and ran. After he arrived over 1 kilometer away, a shrill and miserable cry resounded abruptly from behind him. It was the old man's voice. Yun Banqing gazed at Yang Yi, but she noticed that he had an extremely solemn expression on his face. Her heart shook at the sight of that, and she turned around to look behind him. Her face instantly turned ghastly pale, and she wrapped her arms tightly around Yang Yi. As for Snowy, she fainted from her fear. Yang Yi ran as he struck his chest and said, Cheong-chi! Get out here right now! Help me! Chapter 1234 I'll fight you to the death. Chapter 1234 I'll fight you to the death. The ground was trembling. Yang Yi had increased his speed to its limits, and he wished for nothing more than to have 2 more legs. Behind them was a huge ape that was like a mountain. Yang Yi and Yun Banqing were like 2 ants before it. At this moment, it was pursuing them. Even though its figure was huge, its speed wasn't slow at all. Every single step it took caused the ground to tremble before it. Of course, most importantly, the huge ape was at the Voida realm. A Voida realm demon beast. Cold sweat was streaming down Yang Yi. A Voida realm demon beast was definitely much stronger than a human Voider. Not to mention that he couldn't utilize a sword right now. He may not be able to defeat the huge ape even if he could use a sword. Actually, he'd felt that something was off since he arrived at the gorge. Because a treasure like the adamantium fruit was absolutely not something that any demon beast could refuse. However, there was no demon beast guarding it. That was very unusual. So, that was why he decisively chose to give up when he saw that old man at the Emperor realm. Right when the old man shot towards the tree, a feeling of danger suddenly swept through Yang Yi's body. So, he didn't hesitate at all to decisively choose to turn around and flee. At the instant he fled out of the gorge, the ground throughout the gorge had started to tremble. That wasn't the ground at all. It was a huge ape lying there. But it had been lying there for so long that it was covered in a thick layer of dirt, rocks, and weeds, causing it to seem like the ground. No matter how brave Yang Yi was, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat when he thought about how he'd actually been standing on a Voida realm demon beast. Suddenly, Yun Banqing cried out involuntarily. It's growing smaller! Yang Yi's expression changed when he heard her. Even though the huge ape was very swift, its speed was limited by its size. But if it grew smaller, then its speed would definitely improve greatly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended upon them. Yun Banqing's face was instantly covered in an expression of pain, while Yang Yi's speed slowed down. Bang! Yang Yi slammed his right fist against the ground, and an imposing aura shot up into the air. However, it hadn't even persisted for 3 breaths of time before the huge ape's aura shattered it. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he sent a voice transmission to Yun Banqing. Miss Yun, I'll keep that fellow busy. You go pull out its adamantium fruit tree. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Yun Banqing to reply and immediately grabbed her by the waist before tossing her to the left. It didn't take long for her to vanish from the limits of his field of vision. Once Yun Banqing vanished, Yang Yi stopped moving. As soon as he did that, a black fist appeared behind him. It hadn't even come close to him when the powerful aura it carried obliterated the forest behind him. Yan Yi turned around swiftly and slammed his fist forward. Crack! Yan Ye's entire arm warped while his figure was blasted away. In the end, he slammed heavily into the ground. But it didn't take long for him to stand back up, and his face became unsightly when he saw his completely warped arm. If the heavens gave him a chance, he would take back what he told Yun Banqing just now. Keep this fellow busy? He couldn't do that. Yan Yi looked up and saw that the huge ape was just a few times larger than a human now. It was completely pitch black, has fist-sized eyes, and a pair of huge and long arms. Especially the muscles on its chest, they were like two hills and were filled with a feeling of explosive force. The aura coming from the black ape was horrifying. Yan Yi stretched his warped arm while the violet energy within him surged towards it, and then he gazed at the black ape. I think that this is a misunderstanding. We can sit down and talk about it. Don't you? Suddenly it leaped forward and slammed its fist at Yan Yi. Yan Ye's eyelids twitched. He didn't dare to go head-on against that fellow with just his fists. He flipped his left hand and a blood-red shield appeared in his grasp, and then he raised it against the black ape's fist. Bang! The space around the point of collision shook violently. Meanwhile, Yan Yi, who was standing behind the shield, spat out a mouthful of blood while his figure was blasted 3 kilometers away. Even though Yan Yi had been blasted away, a trace of surprise arose in the black ape's eyes. As far as it was concerned, it was truly unusual for a human to be able to resist 2 punches from it. After all, the Emperor from before hadn't even been able to resist a single punch from it before being completely crushed. But this fellow's cultivation was much inferior to the Emperor from before. Yan Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked at his left arm. At this moment, his entire arm was numb, and he couldn't feel it at all. Now, he knew the gap between his physical body and the body of a Voider Realm demon beast. Yan Yi looked up at the black ape. How should I fight such a battle? I can't. He could give it a try if he could use his sword, but the problem was that he couldn't. If he used his sword, then it might summon an existence that was even more terrifying than the black ape. At that time, he would truly be finished. Flee? He wanted to, but he had to buy time for Yun Banqing. Since he couldn't flee, he could only fight. Yan Yi glanced at his right hand. It had returned to normal now. He flipped his right palm and the Emperor rank fan appeared in his grasp. He waved it through the air, and it stretched open before a beam of white light shot out from it. The black ape didn't try to dodge and just allowed the beam of light to strike its chest. Bang! The beam of light vanished, and the black ape remained completely unharmed. Yan Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, the black ape suddenly leaped forward and shot at Yan Yi like a cannonball. Yan Ye's eyelids twitched, and he flicked a drop of blood essence into the blood-red shield. A ray of dazzling blood-red light instantly erupted from the shield, and it didn't take long for a blood-red barrier to appear around the shield. Yan Yi bit his teeth, stomped his right foot against the ground, and slammed the shield at the black ape. The black ape swung its fist forward in midair and struck Yan Ye's shield. Bang! An explosion resounded through the surroundings. The blood-red barrier on the shield shattered in an instant, and then Yan Yi was blasted away with his shield. This time, the black ape didn't stop, and it shot at Yan Yi before slamming its fist at Yan Yi again. Yan Ye's expression changed when he saw the black ape charge over. He put the folding fan away before clenching his fist tightly, and then the space around him instantly started to crack apart. A moment later, Yan Yi swung his fist at the black ape's fist. Bang! Yan Yi was blasted away again. But this time, the black ape was pushed around 30 m back as well. Once his figure stopped flying backward, Yan Yi felt that his entire body was in bad shape. His entire body was numb, and he even felt slightly dizzy. It was especially so for his arm because he couldn't feel it right now. He looked up at the black ape. Even my strength at its brink isn't able to harm that fellow? How am I to fight him? Meanwhile, the black ape glanced at its own fist. This time, it wasn't surprise that appeared in its eyes, it was slight shock. because a human had actually exchanged a blow with it while using physical strength and had even pushed it back. That was the biggest insult to it. So, when it looked up at Yang Yi again, there was a trace of curiosity and ferocity in its eyes. Their gazes collided, and then Yang Yi suddenly howled with fury. "I'll fight you to the death!" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground while his figure shot forward like a cannonball. Once he arrived in the air above the black ape, a ray of blood-red light suddenly surged out from within him. Void rank slaughter intent. As soon as his void rank slaughter intent surged out, Yang Yi immediately started to condense it. In an instant, a terrifying wave of pressure knocked the black ape almost 100 m back. It didn't take long for an invisible wave of force to press down upon the black ape. The black ape's eyes narrowed slightly. It didn't move away, and it just clenched its fist slowly before slamming it forward. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy swept out from the area before the black ape, and the black ape was pushed back repeatedly by it. However, just a moment passed before it slammed its fist forward again, and then the wave of energy before it was instantly obliterated. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. That fellow is really invincible. Both my physical strength and void rank slaughter intent at the brink can't harm it. How am I to fight it? The black ape was about to attack again, but it suddenly turned to look towards the distance, and then a vicious expression flashed through its eyes. It suddenly roared with fury, turned around, and charged off into the distance. Yun Banqing succeeded. Yang Yi was delighted by the sight of this, and then his heart constricted when he saw the black ape turn around and run off. He had to buy time for Yun Banqing to flee. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to charge at the black ape, and he even shouted as he pursued it. "You're running since you can't defeat me? I look down on you! Come on! Let's exchange another 300 blows!" Yang Ye's full speed was slightly superior to the black ape, so it didn't take long for him to catch up. After that, he clenched his fist tightly and slammed it at the black ape's head. Meanwhile, the black ape stopped, turned around, and swung its fist at Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched at the sight of this, and he hurriedly pulled his fist back. After that, he held the blood-red shield with both hands and raised it against the black ape's fist. Bang! The blood-red shield trembled violently while Yang Yi was blasted away again. But the black ape paid no attention to Yang Yi, and it just turned around and ran. But at this moment, Yang Yi charged once more in its direction. Just like that, the man and beast fought as they ran, and it didn't take long for them to return to that gorge. But at this moment, the adamantium fruit tree on the mountain wall was gone. The black ape was stunned by the sight of this, and it didn't take long for killing intent and a vicious aura to surge out from it. Roar! It roared furiously into the sky, and its roar swept far and wide. Even the mountains in the surroundings collapsed before the sound of its roar. Yang Yi gulped. He was about to charge forward, but he started to retreat instead. Meanwhile, the black ape suddenly gazed at him. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched while he said, Air, I'll let you win today. Let's fight again another day." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and fled. Chapter 1235 I'll skin you alive. Chapter 1235 I'll skin you alive. Run! Run quickly! That was what Yang Yi had to do right now. The huge ape's strength and physical defenses were horrifyingly strong, and it wasn't something he could resist right now. Even if he could use his sword, he wouldn't dare guarantee that he could go against the huge ape, let alone now when he couldn't use his sword. This time, Yang Yi didn't dare to hold back at all, and he raised his speed to its limits. He'd merely fought the huge ape for a short while earlier yet had almost been crippled. So if he were to let it catch up to him, then the furious ape would definitely fight him to the death. Based on the state he was in right now, he would definitely be killed. He was very confident, but he wouldn't act foolishly and with conceit. Fighting to the death without sufficient strength wasn't confidence but foolishness. Yang Yi dashed all along the way, and he passed through the territory of some demon beasts. However, not only did they show no intent to obstruct him, they hurriedly moved aside for him. Yan Yi naturally didn't enjoy such treatment, and the only reason they did that was naturally because of the huge ape behind Yan Yi. Even before it arrived, its aura had already horrified the demon beasts on the island. So, would any of them dare to stop Yan Yi? They just hoped Yan Yi fled faster and left their territory. Yan Yi traveled unobstructed all along the way, and he didn't look at the surroundings as well. In any case, he was fleeing wherever he could. Because he was faster than the black ape, the gap between them was growing larger and larger. However, Yan Yi didn't relax because it seemed like it refused to let him go. Yan Yi naturally hadn't forgotten Yun Banqing. After he obtained her location, he took a circle, created some distance with the black ape, and then found her on an ancient tree. Yun Banqing was about to speak when she saw him, but Yan Yi didn't give her any time for that. He just grabbed her in his arm and ran. Even though he couldn't see the huge ape anymore, its aura was still locked onto him. So, he didn't dare relax at all. After all, it would arrive before him in an instant if he stopped. Actually, he was lucky that it was a demon beast, and not a human. If it was a human voider, then he wouldn't be able to escape without utilizing the void flash technique. When compared to humans, demon beasts were blessed by nature when it came to their size, physical defense, and physical strength, but they had a flaw too. It was that they couldn't utilize any powerful techniques or treasures. That was why humans could fight demon beasts. Otherwise, humans would have been annihilated if they could only use their bodies as well. Just like that, Yan Yi ran while the black ape pursued. This pursuit carries on for 2 days. Fortunately, Yan Yi had violet crystals to ceaselessly restore his profound energy. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart a long time ago. On the 3rd day, Yan Yi and Yan Banqing left the mountain range, and a boundless desert was before them. Yan Yi had intended to continue through the mountain range because he had cover there, so it made it easy for them to hide themselves. However, Yun Banqing asked him to go through the desert. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment, but he decided to listen to her in the end, and he continued towards the depths of the desert. Yun Banqing spoke while being carried in Yan Yi's arms. "We'll arrive at Sword God's palace if we continue forward," Yan Yi asked. "Really?" Yun Banqing said. "After he got to the island that day, we shouldn't have gone into the mountain range, and we should have gone around instead. Because that mountain range was where the Sword God's palace used to temper its disciples, and that's why there were so many demon beasts there. The correct path is to go around it to this desert. Because Sword God's palace is at the center of the desert." Yan Yi's face darkened when he heard this. "So I went to the wrong place. No wonder I encountered demon beasts everywhere." However, it couldn't be helped because there were 4 emperors chasing after him, so entering the mountain range was the best choice for him at the time. Because divine sense couldn't be utilized in the area, so they could conceal themselves in the mountain range. But it would be impossible to head on open ground. Yun Banqing said. "I researched the Sword God's palace before coming to the island. For some unknown reason, everything in an area of 500,000 kilometers around Sword God's palace was obliterated all those years ago. It was transformed into an expanse of scorched ground, and that ground transformed into a desert after 10,000 years of time. So, entering the desert is equivalent to getting close to Sword God's palace. Of course, we aren't very close either." Yan Yi nodded. It was fine so long as they got to Sword God's palace. Why? Because when he entered the ruins, he could use his sword. Utilizing the sword outside the ruins of Sword God's palace was prohibited, but it wasn't prohibited inside it. Yan Yi turned his head back and took a glance behind him. Even though he didn't see the black ape, its aura was still locked onto him. Yan Yi didn't dare act carelessly, and he sped up. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly asked, "You can fight Void Realm demon beasts?" Yan Yi said, "Only a few blows." Yun Banqing glanced at him and remained silent. The desolate desert was boundless, and sandstorms arose from time to time, causing Yan Yi's face to gradually grow solemn. According to Yun Banqing, this place hadn't been like this. In other words, it was man-made. That person was definitely the one who destroyed Sword God's palace all those years ago. The strength of a person capable of single-handedly destroying Sword God's palace and obliterating an area of 500,000 kilometers around it. Just the safest estimate placed that person on par with Lady before Lady had recovered from her injuries, and that person might even be stronger. Yet such a person was extremely hostile to sword cultivators. Yang Yi felt depressed when he thought up to this point, because it was like an inherent enemy to him. Thump! 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 Meanwhile, Yang Yi felt the ground shudder while sand sprayed up in the air. It was absolutely shocking. Yun Banqing said. It's growing faster. The lack of obstructions was disadvantageous to Yang Yi and her. But it was advantageous to the black ape. Because it was gaining speed, and Yang Yi wasn't surprised by that. The profound energy within him immediately surged, and he sped up again. However, the gap between him and the black ape was growing shorter and shorter. After another 2 days of pursuit, the black ape was just 3 kilometers behind them. This made Yang Ye's face turn gloomy because if this continued, then it would catch up to them before they got to Sword God's palace. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant before he gazed at Yun Banqing. We are probably not far from Sword God's palace. Go on without me. I'll stay and play with it. As he spoke, he grabbed her waist and swung her away while he stopped on the spot, and then he turned around to face the black ape. He didn't speak a single word, and he just clenched his right fist slowly. A moment later, he stomped his right foot against the ground, and then his figure shot forward before slamming his fist at the black ape. Roar! It roared furiously as it leaped up and slammed its fist at Yang Ye's fist. Bang! Their fists collided. The black ape was instantly pushed almost 100 m back while Yang Yi was blasted around 3 kilometers away. Yang Ye's figure had just stopped when a mouthful of blood sprayed from him. He wiped off the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth, looked up, and then his pupils constricted in an instant. A moment later, a blood-red shield appeared in front of him. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as Yang Yi flew backwards with the shield. However, his figure stopped a moment later, and then he shot forward once more. Meanwhile, the black ape leaped up and shot towards Yang Yi as well. Once he arrived around 100 m before the black ape, a ray of blood-red light surged out from within him, and then a terrifying and invisible force pressed down upon the black ape. It was his slaughter intent being condensed to the brink. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the black ape's eyes as it slammed his fist forward again. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then a terrifying wave of energy arose between Yang Yi and the black ape. Meanwhile, the black ape slammed its fist forward, and it instantly obliterated the wave of energy. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared before the black ape, and he swung his fist at its chest. Bang! The black ape was blasted backwards, but it had merely moved around 30 m back before it stomped his right foot backwards, and then it instantly stopped moving back. After that, it immediately stomped its right foot down again, and it shot forward and arrived before Yang Yi in an instant. Just like before, it slammed its fist at Yang Yi. It was simple and violent. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He grabbed the blood-red shield with both hands and raised it up against the black ape's fist. Bang! The shield shook violently. Yang Yi felt his arms go numb, and then his figure was blasted backwards while his feet scraped against the ground. Meanwhile, the black ape leaped forward again and slammed its fist down at Yang Yi's shield. Bang! Pooh! The shield shook violently while a mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Yi's mouth, and his figure was blasted flying again. As for the black ape, it didn't stop and charged at Yang Yi again. Just like that, explosions resounded incessantly. In the end, Yang Yi's shield started to crack apart, and it was really on the verge of being destroyed. After being struck a few dozen times, a strand of terrifying intent surged out from within Yang Yi. As soon as that intent appeared, the black ape was immediately blasted around 300 m away. Rebirth rank sword intent. A wisp of shock flashed through the black ape's eyes. But it didn't take long for it to seem to have thought of something, and the shock transformed into terror. I'll skin you alive! Yan Yi put the blood-red shield away, and then he walked towards the black ape. There was an intense sword in his grasp now. However, his hands were trembling. They were trembling from the force of the black ape's attacks. He felt aggrieved. Extremely aggrieved. He'd been beaten to the point he practically didn't have the ability to fight back, and it made him feel aggrieved to the limit. As he watched the black ape hit harder and harder, and treat him like an utter sandbag, he couldn't be bothered about that mysterious expert any longer. All he wanted to do now was take revenge. The black ape gazed at Yang Yi, but it didn't attack and moved backwards repeatedly. "You're afraid? Are you afraid?" Yang Yi grew faster and faster while Rebirth rank sword intent appeared in the surroundings. Meanwhile, his intent sword was howling incessantly. But right when he was about to attack, it sounded like a blade had sliced through a piece of cloth. Yang Yi looked up and saw that the sky had been sliced open, and then a finger emerged from there. The black ape howled when it saw that finger, and then it turned around and fled. Yang Yi was stunned as he gazed at it, and then he looked down at the sword in his grasp. He spoke with a muddled expression. "I drew my sword? How could I have drawn my sword?" Chapter 12:36 I'll take you down with me even if I must die. Chapter 12:36 I'll take you down with me even if I must die. At the moment that finger appeared in the sky, the entire sky started to warp, and then the tens of thousands of kilometers of desert below it started to collapse. The terrifying energy contained within the finger made all the demon beasts beneath the voider realm lay flat on the ground. It was simply capable of obliterating the world. It felt like it could obliterate the world. After he recovered from his shock, he howled just like the black ape before charging at the black ape. This time, he didn't conceal his strength, so his speed was extremely swift. It took a mere moment for him to catch up to the black ape, and the finger aimed itself at him and the black ape. The black ape's pupils constricted to the size of needles when it noticed this scene, and it turned around to gaze at Yang Yi before roaring with fury. "Human! Get the fuck away! You can speak?" Yang Yi was stunned and said, "Does where I go have anything to do with you?" Roar! The black ape roared furiously at Yang Yi while its imposing aura swept towards Yang Yi. However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi's sword intent to block it off. While the imposing aura of a voider was very formidable, it wasn't stronger than Rebirth rank sword intent. "Die!" The black ape swung his fist at Yang Yi. Yang Yi refused to be outdone, and swung his sword at the black ape as well. Clang! An explosion resounded as Yang Yi's figure was pushed around 100 m back, but a bloody injury had appeared on the black ape's fist. Blood was surging out incessantly from it. The black ape paid no attention to Yang Yi, and it dashed away. However, Yang Yi was like a ghost that just wouldn't go away, and he appeared by the black ape's side again. This made the black ape's face become unsightly while still maintaining the ferocity on it from before. Bang! Meanwhile, the finger in the sky suddenly descended towards them at extreme speed. The black ape was visibly terrified. "Human! Fuck off! I don't want the adamantium fruits anymore." Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face as he said, "Big fella, you only have one choice right now, and it's to join forces with me to deal with that finger. Otherwise, we'll both die." As soon as that finger appeared, Yang Yi knew that unless the sword's spirit or Qiongqi showed themselves, he was definitely finished. The formidable energy it contained wasn't something an ordinary sword technique could resist. It could be said that it gave him a feeling. What feeling? It felt like facing Lady who had Peacekeeper in her grasp. The strength of that mysterious expert was definitely stronger than Lady in her injured state. Yang Yi knew that he was in trouble. Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face while even the ancient sheath had appeared in his grasp, and the intense sword in his right grasp had been exchanged for a blood-red sword. The black ape was furious when he heard Yang Yi, and he roared furiously at Yang Yi. "Human! You're shameless! So what if I am?" Yang Yi gazed at the black ape and said, "Big fella, are you going to join forces with me or not?" If you refuse, then I'll take you down with me even if I must die. The black ape roared with rage. Meanwhile, the finger was less than 300 m above them, and the powerful pressure it emanated caused both Yan Yi and the black ape to slow down. Yan Yi slowly tightened his grip on the blood-red sword. Because if the black ape refused to join forces with him, then he would be crippled today even if he could avoid death. Human! I'll definitely kill you! The black ape turned to gaze at Yan Yi while he howled with fury, and then he continued. What's your plan? Yan Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and said, You use your strongest attack, and we'll attack at the same time. Roar! The black ape roared with fury before his body expanded swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he was numerous times larger than before, and he stomped his right foot against the ground before charging up into the air towards the finger. Meanwhile, Yan Yi didn't hesitate to press the blood-red sword against the center of his forehead. A moment later, he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot up into the sky. This time, he naturally hadn't held back, nor did he dare to hold back. Rebirth rank sword intent, void rank sword intent, his physical strength, the laws of speed, and heaven's gravestone that was at the void rank now. With the support of his full strength, the ultimate version of death by a thought which he executed now was much stronger than any other instance of it in the past. Everywhere the blood-red sword passed, space seemed weak as a piece of paper and was instantly sliced open. Just like that, man and beast collided with the finger. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded throughout Sword God Island. A few breaths of time later, the finger vanished while both man and beast were lying on the ground. The black ape had become small, and one of his arms were gone. Besides that, his entire body was covered in cracks like spider webs stretched through his body. He simply seemed like he'd been sliced into pieces. As for Yan Yi, his condition wasn't much better. Even though his limbs were still intact, his body was covered in cracks just like the black ape. As for the blood-red shield, it had been transformed into pieces that were scattered all over the ground. At the critical moment, he'd used the shield to protect himself. Otherwise, his body wouldn't have just cracked apart, it would have exploded into pieces. The man and beast laid on the ground while gasping incessantly for air while fear lingered in their eyes. The facts proved that they were utterly incapable of resisting that finger without joining forces with each other. Yan Ye's face was extremely solemn as he gazed up at the sky. Now, he'd finally witnessed how terrifying that mysterious expert was. After all, that expert's body was somewhere far away, and just a single finger had almost crushed both him and a void realm demon beast. Such strength was much stronger than Lady while she was still in an injured state. Moreover, this expert was extremely hostile to sword cultivators. Yan Ye's heart couldn't help but feel heavy at the thought of that. Suddenly, the space in the sky started to split apart again. Both Yan Yi and the black ape were stunned, and then their expressions became unsightly. Suddenly, the black ape seemed to have thought of something, and he swiftly turned to look at Yan Yi while speaking angrily. Damnable human! Quickly put away your sword and sword intent! Hurry! Yan Yi shuddered when he heard this. Because he'd almost forgotten about that. He hurriedly put the blood-red sword away and withdrew his sword intent. In next to no time, the sword domain made it so that he didn't emanate the aura of sword intent at all. The man and beast just gazed silently at the sky while extreme anxiety could be seen on their faces. They were even holding their breaths. A few breaths of time passed, and then they watched anxiously as the crack in the sky healed slowly. Huff! Huff! Both of them heaved sighs of relief. Because if another finger descended, then they would have no choice but to wait for death to arrive. Suddenly, Yan Ye's expression changed, and he turned around to gaze at the black ape. At this moment, the black ape was looking at him, and the black ape revealed a ferocious expression that carries ghastly killing intent and rage. The black ape felt aggrieved. Extremely aggrieved. After all, how could he not feel aggrieved when a human had almost caused his death? The black ape crawled up slowly from the ground, and then he started walking towards Yan Yi. Meanwhile, Yan Yi crawled up from the ground as well. Yang Yi shrugged and said, "Come closer and I'll withdraw my sword." The black ape immediately stopped moving and stared fixedly at Yang Yi. If his gaze could kill, Yang Yi would be dead by now. Yang Yi didn't care about the black ape's gaze. Even though his recovery was quick, he couldn't fight the black ape right now if he didn't use his sword. The black ape gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Human! You're a sword cultivator, yet you actually dared to come here." Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he noticed that the black ape had no intention to attack, and he asked, "Who was that person? Do you know who it was?" The black ape didn't answer and replied with a question instead. "Why is your sword intent above the void rank?" Yang Yi replied, "Answer me first." The black ape spoke furiously. "Why aren't you the one who replies to me first? You're so weak." Yang Yi spoke angrily. "That's because I wasn't using my sword. If I use my sword, I'll definitely be able to skin you alive." The black ape replied, "Your cultivation is too low. You can't kill me even with sword intent above the void rank." "Alright, let's not linger on this." Yang Yi shrugged. "My sword intent improved after receiving Senior Jian Wuji's guidance on Godfall Mountain." "The Palace Master's guidance?" The black ape's expression changed. You met the Palace Master?" Yang Yi glanced at the black ape's expression and nodded. "Of course, I've already inherited his sword Dao. I'm here on his instruction." "Right, I'm the Palace Master of Sword God's Palace now." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi ceaselessly observed the change in the black ape's expression. Earlier, he'd heard from Yun Banqing that the demon beasts here had been raised by Sword God's Palace. In other words, the black ape might submit to him after he revealed his identity as the Palace Master of Sword God's Palace. "The Palace Master?" The black ape frowned. Yang Yi quickly nodded. "Of course." The black ape gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Where's the Sword God's seal?" Yang Yi was speechless. The black ape glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Would anyone acknowledge you as the Palace Master without the Sword God's seal?" Yang Yi asked. "All of you'll submit if I have the Sword God's seal, right?" The black ape replied. "Submit? Are you dreaming?" Yang Yi was astounded. "Weren't all of you raised by the Sword God's Palace?" The black ape answered. "In the past, but not now. Besides that, the Sword God's Palace is gone, so we aren't bound to it anymore." Yang Yi was stunned for a while before he spoke angrily. "Since you refuse to submit, then why ask so much?" The black ape's expression changed, and he replied angrily. "Human! Watch what you say!" Yang Yi grunted coldly. "I'm not going to waste another breath on you. Now you walk backwards, and I'll walk backwards as well. We'll stay out of each other's business." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and fled. Meanwhile, the black ape suddenly said, "Wait!" Yang Yi's expression changed, and he turned around to gaze at the black ape. "What? Do you want to fight?" The black ape replied furiously. "Give me back my adamantium fruit tree and the adamantium fruits," Yang Yi stated. "Those are mine." The black ape was furious. "They clearly were mine," Yang Yi replied. "They were, but they are mine now." I'll kill you!" The black ape was exasperated. Its aura surged out from it, and it was about to attack. "Do you think that I'm afraid of you?" Yang Yi was furious as well, and he flipped his palm. An intense sword instantly appeared in his grasp. As soon as the sword appeared, both Yang Yi and the black ape were stunned. Chapter 1237 How Accurate. Chapter 1237 How Accurate. The black ape roared with fury. "Quickly put your sword away!" Yang Yi had put his sword away before the black ape finished speaking. Both of them looked up at the sky. The space there was rippling, and it made their eyelids twitch. Fortunately, the space there returned to normal after rippling for a while. Huff! Huff! Both of them heaved sighs of relief. The black ape suddenly turned to look at Yang Yi and roared with fury. "Human! Do you want to die?" Yang Yi puckered his lips. Look how cowardly you are! To think that you're at the Voida realm. You're a bigger coward than a saint! The black glared angrily at Yang Yi while its chest rose and fell rapidly. Its fists were clenched tight because it really wanted to attack. Yang Yi said, I have other matters to attend to, so I don't have time to play with you. Until next time! Yang Yi turned around and walked away once she finished speaking. The black ape didn't stop Yang Yi this time. It was mainly because he didn't dare stop Yang Yi. He was truly quite afraid that Yang Yi would draw his sword. Or to be more precise, he was afraid of that mysterious expert. Even though he hadn't stopped Yang Yi, he would definitely not let it go just like that. Unless he could vent a grievance in his heart, he would probably be unable to sleep for a very long time. The black ape suddenly roared with fury as he watched Yang Yi's figure vanish into the distance, and then he slammed his fists against the ground. Bang! The ground instantly collapsed. Yang Yi walked forward for around 15 minutes. Once he confirmed that the black ape hadn't followed him, he instantly fell to the ground and started gasping for breath. His injuries had naturally not healed completely. It wasn't just his body that had cracked open earlier, even his internal organs had been injured. Even though the black ape's injuries were very severe as well, it was merely external injuries for the black ape. It hadn't suffered any internal injuries. Actually, he hadn't drawn his sword rashly earlier, he'd done it intentionally. Even though it was quite risky, he had no other choice. Because the black ape would definitely not let him leave if he didn't do that. Yang Yi withdrew a violet crystal and swallowed it. He just left it to transform into spirit energy that was absorbed by the tiny vortex while he looked up at the sky instead. Before this, he'd felt that his strength was sufficient to roam this world, and there probably wasn't anyone in this world who could pose a threat to his life. Moreover, he felt that even voids would be helpless against him if he chose to flee. After all, he was a mid-rank saint now, and his sword intent was at the rebirth realm. Coupled with the void flash technique, even voiders couldn't rival his speed when he used his full strength. Yet now, he noticed that he was still quite weak. Not quite very weak. Without the help of the sword spirit or Qiong Qi, he could only resist a voider or flee, and he couldn't defeat a voider. As for experts above the voider realm, like that mysterious expert, he didn't know what realm of cultivation that person was at, but it was definitely much greater than the voider realm. Rebirth rank sword intent, the divine shift realm of physical attainments, and the mid-rank of the saint realm are far from sufficient. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he clenched his fists slowly. If he couldn't even kill voiders, then how could he return to the radiant dimension to face the guardians? How could he go to Lady's Air? Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and started to focus on recovering. Presently, his main objective was to recover, and then travel to the ruins of Sword God's palace to get the stellar sword diagram and Sword God's seal. An hour later, Yang Yi stood up and vanished into the distance. After traveling for 8 hours, a damaged expanse of city walls appeared within his field of vision. The city walls were almost 1 kilometer tall. As for their width, they stretched out endlessly towards the distance. However, the city walls were damaged. It was broken here and there, and the gate on it was decrepit. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Yang Yi glanced at the scene before him. Meanwhile, ripples arose in the space before him. Yun Banqing was contacting him. A short while passed before Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Yang Yi saw Yun Banqing right after he entered the city, but there were over a dozen others by her side. Yun Banqing was delighted to see him, and she hurriedly ran over to him and said, Are you all right? Yang Yi smiled. I'm all right. She glanced at him, and then she withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to Yang Yi. They're all in there. Yang Yi took it and shot a glance at it. Sure enough, the adamantium fruit tree and the adamantium fruits were within it. He nodded and said, I wouldn't have been able to obtain these without you, so let's share it equally. He was about to give her half when she shook her head. I don't want it. Yang Yi was puzzled by her reaction. Why? Yun Banqing said. You saved my life, and I would be dead without you. So how can I take that? Yang Yi was about to speak when she added, Don't say anything. I have my own principles that I live by, and I would look down on myself if I accepted it. He glanced at her and smiled. Your refusal is very welcome. Yun Banqing grinned. Meanwhile, a voice arose from the side. Miss Yun, who's that? Yang Yi looked over to the source of the voice. He saw a green-robed man and a group of others walking towards him, and Yun Banqing. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, Yi Yang, a friend of mine. After that, she introduced the green-robed man to Yang Yi. Lin Huang. I encountered some trouble when I entered the city, and it was all thanks to his help that I'm safe now. Yang Yi gazed at Lin Huang and nodded slightly. In the end, his gaze stopped for a moment on the old man behind Lin Huang. An emperor. Besides the old man, all the others in the group were quasi-emperors, including Lin Huang. However, Lin Huang's aura was much stronger than the others. Lin Huang sized up Yang Yi and nodded, and then he gazed at Yun Banqing. Miss Yun, the streets aren't safe. Let's return to our lodgings. She nodded and gazed at Yang Yi. It's very chaotic here. Let's look for a place to rest for now. Yang Yi nodded. All right. Even though he wanted to head to Sword God's palace right now, he didn't know anything about this place. Not to mention the Sword God's palace's location, he didn't even know which direction it was in. So, the best course of action was to familiarize himself with this place. Lin Huang nodded and led them away. Yun Banqing explained. This is Sword City, a city that was under Sword God's palace all those years ago. Don't underestimate this city. Even if the Sword God's palace didn't exist, very few would have dared to offend this city. Of course, it was because it was maintained by the Sword God's palace. Unfortunately, because most of its experts trained in the sword, it was destroyed in the end. I can only wonder what sort of terrible enmity there is between that mysterious expert and the Sword God's palace. I want to know the answer to that as well, said Yang Yi. He really did want to know. Because not only did that person destroy Sword God's palace, that person was even hostile to all the sword cultivators in the world. He felt that it wasn't warranted. Yun Banqing glanced at the surroundings and said, This city is a place to stop and rest. The experts that come to Sword God Island would usually choose to stop and rest here. Because demon beasts won't enter this city. Even though demon beasts wouldn't enter the city, this place isn't safe at all and should be described as very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Yun Banqing said. Throughout the years, those who didn't choose to return or couldn't afford the return fee would choose to stay in the city. Regardless of whether it's those who can't go back or those who refuse to go back, they will stop at nothing. It's extremely common for people to kill in order to seize treasures or gain spirit energy from the death of their victims. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Sure enough, he noticed many people watching them from the shadows. However, those people didn't charge at them. Why? It was naturally because they had an emperor on their side. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Yun Banqing. You shouldn't have come here. Even though her strength wasn't bad, it was very weak at a place like this. The weakest amongst the people here were quasi-emperors, and all of them were ferocious experts. While Yun Banqing was a quasi-emperor as well, she had too little experience in combat and wasn't ferocious enough. So, she was definitely at the bottom of the ladder. Yun Banqing remained silent for a short while before she said, The reason I came was because that father of mine entered into closed-door cultivation. I had no choice but to leave the Yun clan. Of course, besides avoiding Yun Tianming, there's another reason, and it's to do my best. That's not a wrong thing, Yang Yi continued. However, you have to act according to the limits of your strength. Especially when you're a woman. I'm not looking down on women, but you should realize that if you don't possess sufficient strength, then it's extremely dangerous for a woman like you. Brother Yi is absolutely correct. Meanwhile, Lin Huang suddenly walked over and smiled. Miss Yun, as a woman, it really is extremely dangerous here. However, don't worry. You'll definitely be safe while I, Lin Huang, am here. Yun Banqing glanced at Lin Huang and said, Thank you for your kind intentions. Lin Huang grinned. There's no need for that between us. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, Brother Yi, it's very dangerous for women to be weak in the outside world. You're very right indeed. However, I'd like to say that it's similarly very dangerous for men to lack strength in the outside world. To be honest, you're quite weak, Brother Yi. Yang Yi was stunned. How did you discern that I'm weak? After all, he'd concealed his aura with his sword domain. So not to mention a quasi-emperor, even a void of wouldn't be able to see through his cultivation. Lin Huang sized up Yang Yi and smiled. Even though I don't know how you concealed your aura, it's impossible for you to be an emperor, right? Since you're not an emperor, then you should be a quasi-emperor, right? Yang Yi remained silent. Lin Huang smiled. Brother Yi, why are you showing me such an expression? Don't tell me that you're a saint. Yang Yi shrugged. How accurate! Lin Huang was stunned on the spot. As for Yun Banqing, her eyes opened wide. Besides shock, there was a trace of astonishment in her eyes. Chapter 1238 Have you heard of Yang Yi? Chapter 1238 Have you heard of Yang Yi? Yang Yi suddenly chuckled when he saw that they were stunned. I was joking. I'm actually a quasi-emperor. Their expressions returned to normal upon hearing that. Lin Huang said, Of course. How could anyone in this world dare to come to Sword God Island while just at the Saint Realm? Right, I almost forgot the Sword Alliance's master, Yang Yi. He can with the strength he possesses. Unfortunately, he wouldn't dare to come to Sword God Island no matter how brave he is. Brother Yi, don't you think so too? Yang Yi smiled. Perhaps. Lin Huang glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. Brother Yi, you should have heard of Yang Yi, right? Yang Yi nodded. I have. Lin Huang asked. They say he can kill emperors with ease while at the Saint Realm. Do you think it's true or exaggerated? Yang Yi replied. It should be true. Lin Huang shook his head. That's wrong. Perhaps he can kill emperors, but he absolutely can't do it with such ease as the rumors say. Yang Yi asked. Why? Because I've fought an emperor while at the Saint Realm. Lin Huang glanced at Yun Banqing while he spoke and continued. It's impossible to make up for the gap between emperors and saints with external sources of strength. When I fought that emperor, the aura of that emperor was almost impossible to resist. However, I exchanged over 100 blows with that emperor. When he spoke up to this point, he shot another glance at Yun Banqing and continued. Of course, emperors aren't anything great to me right now. Yang Yi glanced at Lin Huang and Yun Banqing. In the beginning, he'd wondered if he'd been exposed. Otherwise, why would Lin Huang be constantly speaking about him? Now, he understood that Lin Huang was going around in a circle to speak about himself. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath, and he just shook his head and sped up. Yun Banqing glanced at Lin Huang and said, Young Master Lin is a rare peerless genius on the continent for being able to fight emperors at the quasi-emperor realm. Lin Huang spoke humbly. Not at all. There are countless geniuses on the continent, and a genius like me is just ordinary. Brother Lin, wouldn't we just be pieces of trash if you say that? Meanwhile, a black-robed man glanced at Yun Banqing and smiled. Miss Yun, Brother Lin is actually trying to keep a low profile. He isn't just able to fight emperors, he can kill them. He's the #1 genius in our gold prefectural city, and he's one of the greatest geniuses in the history of our city. Yun Banqing glanced at Lin Huang and said, Young Master Lin possesses extraordinary strength, and he'll definitely be an overlord on the continent in the future. Lin Huang grinned when he heard her and said, Miss Yun, you're too kind. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and said, Miss Yun, the city isn't very safe. Why don't you stay with us from now on? We'll be able to look out for each other like that. Don't worry, you'll definitely be safe with us. Yun Banqing didn't answer him. She gazed at Yang Yi instead and said, Brother Yi, what do you think? Lin Huang's face stiffened slightly at the sight of this, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, Of course, Brother Yi is Miss Yun's friend, so you naturally may stay with us as well. Yang Yi smiled. I've grown too accustomed to freedom. I'm not really suited to grouping up with others. Meanwhile, the black-robed man suddenly spoke indifferently. Allow me to be honest, based on the strength you possess, you might die here at any moment. Brother Umo, how could you say that? Lin Huang glanced at the black-robed man and said, Everyone has their own decision. Since Brother Yi likes to be alone, then why force him? He gazed at Yun Banqing when he spoke up to this point. Miss Yun. Yun Banqing said, Brother Lin, I thank you for your kind intentions, but I've decided to go with Brother Yi. Lin Huang's face froze when he heard her, and it was quite unsightly as well. A short while passed before he said, Miss Yun, I'm sure you've realized how dangerous Sword City is. There are all sorts of people here, and you're a woman. If I'm to be honest, Brother Yi might not be able to protect you. Not only would your safety be guaranteed by our side, you will even get a share if we obtain any treasures in the ruins of Sword God's palace. Yun Banqing shook her head slightly and said, I appreciate your kindness, Brother Lin. However, I've still decided to go with Brother Yi. Meanwhile, Umo said, Miss Yun, why refuse Brother Lin's good intentions? Yun Banqing glanced at him and said, Why try to force me against my will? Umo's eyes narrowed slightly. Miss Yun, let me be frank. Both of you will probably not last 2 hours without our protection. As for you, Miss Yun, forget it. Meanwhile, Lin Huang suddenly said, Since Miss Yun has made her decision, then I won't say anything about it. It's getting dark and both of you don't have a place to stay. How about you rest with us for the night, and then leave in the morning? Yun Banqing glanced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi grinned and said, Forget it. We'll just find somewhere to rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi gazed at Yun Banqing and said, Let's go. He turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. He, Yang Yi, wasn't one who liked the charity of others. Yun Banqing bowed slightly to Lin Huang. Young Master Lin, thank you for your help. I'll definitely repay your kindness in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left with Yang Yi. Lin Huang's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched them leave. Meanwhile, Umo spoke coldly. That woman really doesn't know what's good for her. That guy as well. I really want to kill him. What the fuck? I gave him some face and he thought highly of himself? Lin Huang withdrew his gaze and said, Don't worry, they'll come back to look for us soon. Meanwhile, the Emperor in their group spoke abruptly. That man isn't ordinary. We have to be careful. Lin Huang gazed at the old man. Why do you say so, Elder Yin? The old man shook his head slightly. Intuition. Lin Huang chuckled. Don't worry, I won't underestimate my opponent. Since he was able to get here, he definitely has some ability. Elder Yin nodded and didn't speak further. Lin Huang said, Let's go. All of you head back first. I'm going to inquire about something. Umo's figure vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Lin Huang hesitated for a while before turning around and leaving. At this moment, the sky was gradually turning dark. Yang Yi and Yun Banqing were still walking slowly on the streets, and their shadows grew longer and longer behind them beneath the faint light in the city. Yun Banqing said, I'm sorry. Yang Yi smiled. Why? She spoke softly. He acted against you to attract my attention. Now, he might even bear a grudge against you. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, That fellow, Lin Huang, clearly likes you. I'm quite curious why he would act like that when he hasn't even seen your actual face. She gazed at him and said, Do you think I'm beautiful or ugly? Yang Yi hadn't expected her to ask this question and was stunned. After that, he sized her up and said, I think you're beautiful. Her figure was extremely good, and her eyes were clear. Any man would think she was a beauty. He thinks I'm a beauty as well. Yun Banqing continued. Many men have a strong desire to possess women. Some use honest methods to pursue a woman, but some would use force, and some would even play tricks. He played tricks from the start, and then tried to use honest methods. Now he might try to use force. Yang Yi was puzzled. He played tricks? What do you mean? Yun Banqing stretched out her hand and combed the beautiful hair by her ear. I encountered some trouble when I entered the city, and then he came to help. Unfortunately, his acting was too bad. Yang Yi said. He was behind it. She nodded. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, You're quite good. After all, she knew that it was Lin Huang's plan, yet she maintained her composure and was able to act courteously when dealing with Lin Huang. So, such mental strength and wisdom. Yun Banqing remained silent for a long time, and then she said, I was born in the Yun clan. While I'm the daughter of the current patriarch, I have no status in the clan, and no one treats me like a young miss of the Yun clan. If I didn't learn to be careful, then I might have died a long time ago. She glanced at Yang Yi and continued, In the past, they refused to let me cultivate, yet they didn't stop me from learning the management of the clan's internal affairs. Because they felt that no matter how great my skills at management were, I would be useless without strength. That was an opportunity for me, an opportunity to live. The management of the Yun clan's internal affairs grew better and better under my hard work, and some of its businesses in the Veiled region started to grow larger and larger. So, they didn't do anything when they found out that I'd been cultivating in secret. Besides that, practically all the skilled individuals within the Yun clan throughout the last dozen or so years were promoted by me. Most of them are even my trusted subordinates. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, You're trying to tell me that you're worth something, right? She gazed at him and remained silent. Yang Yi continued, You want me to save your mother and younger brother. Besides that, you're afraid that I'll suddenly abandon you here, right? She pondered deeply for a short moment before she nodded. Yang Yi said, Miss Yun, you need my help, and I need your help as well. Our alliance can be said to be one where we are helping each other. Yun Banqing shook her head slightly. I'm insignificant to you. But my mother and younger brother will definitely die without your help. Even I would die as well. She raised her head and looked at Yang Yi in the eyes before she continued. Besides my skill in management, there's nothing else I have that you might attach importance to. If there is something else, then it's this body of mine. If you want it, you can take it at any time. As she spoke, she raised her hand and removed the veils he wore on her face. Her skin was snow white, her face was like a rose in full bloom, and her exquisite features were practically perfect. Even Yang Yi, who'd seen many peerless beauties in his life, couldn't avoid feeling his breath being taken away when he saw her face. Suddenly, a man walked out from a distant corner. Tsk. Brother Lin was right, you really are a beauty. High gaze really is discerning. It was none other than Umo. Umo's gaze descended onto Yun Banqing, and the greed in his eyes wasn't concealed at all. Yun Banqing glanced at Umo, and then she put the veil back on before moving behind Yang Yi. Umo's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he smiled. I'm a very benevolent person. So, don't say that I never gave you a chance. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, I'll teach you what the word death represents. Chapter 1239 Who do you think you are? Chapter 1239 Who do you think you are? Yang Yi turned around to look at Yun Banqing. Do I seem so weak that everyone thinks they can walk all over me? Yun Banqing glanced at him and replied. Slightly. Yang Yi patted himself on the forehead. Looks like I've been keeping a low profile for too long. Yang Yi gazed at Umo as he spoke. There's no enmity between us, so why do this? Cut the fucking crap. Umo pointed a finger at Yang Yi and continued. Now, I'm going to start counting. If you're still here once I count to 3, then I guarantee that you'll... Umo's voice stopped abruptly because Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in front of him, and then he hadn't even been able to react before Yang Yi's hand clamped down on his throat. Yang Yi gazed at Umo, who had terror written all over his face, and smiled. Go on and count. Come on, count for me. Umo gazed at Yang Yi with terror, and he was horrified to the extreme in his heart. Because he hadn't been able to fight back at all. You refuse to count? Yang Yi continued. Then I will. If you're still here once I count to 3, then I guarantee that I'll break your neck. Let's begin now. 1, Yu Mo's eyes were opened wide and seemed to be begging with his eyes. Besides that, his body was moving incessantly as he tried to struggle free of Yang Ye's grasp. However, it was all in vain. Yang Yi smiled. 2. Yu Mo's eyes opened wider, and his bloodshot eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The smile on Yang Ye's face grew wider. 3. As soon as he spoke. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded, and then Yu Mo's neck was broken. Yang Yi casually tossed away Yu Mo's corpse before swinging his fist forward. A wave of force rippled out and slammed against Yu Mo's corpse, instantly transforming it into a pile of mush. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Yun Banqing. Let's look for a place to rest tonight. We'll head out to Sword God's palace in the morning. Yun Banqing nodded. Meanwhile, he glanced at the surroundings before his gaze descended onto a damaged pavilion. Let's go! As soon as he finished speaking, both he and Yun Banqing leaped up to the top level of the pavilion. Its walls were still intact, but its roof was gone. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the dust on the ground instantly vanished. Just make do for tonight. Yun Banqing nodded and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Meanwhile, 10 violet crystals suddenly appeared before her. She looked at Yang Yi and had him say, "Recover to your peak." She replied, "Thank you." Yang Yi nodded slightly, laid down on the ground, and looked up at the sky. The sky was still pitch black like a huge black hole. Meanwhile, Snowy's head suddenly emerged from his chest. She glanced at the surroundings, and then laid down on Yang Ye's chest while holding tightly to his neck. The black ape had truly terrified her earlier. Even now, she was still afraid. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and spoke gently. "Don't be afraid, no one can bully you while I'm here." Snowy looked up at Yang Yi before stretching her claws to the side and waving them incessantly. It seemed like she was telling him how huge the black ape was. Yang Yi smiled. "I've scared him away. So, you don't have to fear him at all. Understand?" Snowy blinked, pointed at Yang Yi, pointed at herself, and then started waving her claws again. Yang Yi replied, "Of course, I'll always protect you. No one can bully you." Snowy's eyes narrowed when she heard this, and she revealed a brilliant smile. After that, she ceaselessly rubbed her furry head against Yang Yi's chin. Yun Banqing was flabbergasted, because she couldn't figure out what Snowy was saying. A short while passed before she gazed at Yang Yi and said, You can really understand her?" Yang Yi immediately had a bitter smile on his face when he heard her, because he recalled his experiences with the violet mink all those years ago. Especially in the beginning, he'd truly been tortured by her. It could be said that the violet mink had tempered his skills in the beast's tongue to its current state. Yang Yi hurriedly grabbed Snowy in his hands when he thought of the violet mink, and he spoke seriously. "Has your big sister's ears still not emerged from her closed-door cultivation?" She'd been cultivating behind closed doors for a very long time, yet she still wasn't done until now. So, Yang Yi couldn't help but be slightly worried. Snowy started waving her claws incessantly. A short while passed before Yang Ye's face gradually eased up. "You're saying that she'll be done soon? Moreover, she has become extremely strong?" Snowy quickly nodded. "That's good." Yang Yi quickly nodded as well, and then he sized up Snowy. "You've absorbed that much spirit energy, so why haven't you advanced?" Snowy blinked. Obviously, she didn't understand what Yang Yi meant. Yang Yi shook his head and gently rubbed Snowy's head. "It's fine. Let's sleep." Snowy nodded, and then she laid down on his chest and held tightly to him. Yang Yi grinned, and then he closed his eyes slowly. Yun Banqing glanced at Yang Yi and closed her eyes as well. The atmosphere here fell silent, and only a light breeze blew by. Time passed slowly, and it didn't take long for it to go late into the night. Suddenly, a shadow leaped up to the top of the pavilion and floated down towards Yang Yi. However, it had just arrived before Yang Yi when Yang Ye's eyes opened, causing the shadow's expression to change. A moment later, Yang Ye's hand was clamped around the shadow's throat. Crack! His head tilted to the side as life drained out of his eyes. It didn't take long for a corpse to be tossed out of the pavilion. At the same time, a figure leaped off the top of the pavilion, and then cracking resounded incessantly below the pavilion. A short while later, everything returned to calm once more. It was naturally Yang Yi. He tossed away the corpse in his grasp, and then he glanced at the surroundings. It didn't take long for the figures hiding in the shadows to vanish. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and leaped back up to the top of the pavilion. He glanced at Yun Banqing, who seemed to have fallen into deep sleep, and then he laid against the corner of the wall and closed his eyes slowly. At the moment Yang Yi's eyes closed shut, Yun Banqing suddenly opened her eyes, and she glanced at Yang Yi before closing her eyes once more. The next day, dawn had just arrived when Yang Yi and Yun Banqing left the pavilion, and they headed towards the distant streets. Sword God's palace is a few tens of thousands of kilometers behind Sword City, and it's countless times larger than the city. However, many of its buildings have collapsed, so there's no obvious path. The only way to get deep within Sword God's palace is exploration. Besides that, sword intent surges through the area, and the chaotic sword intent there is very terrifying. Even emperors might perish if they are targeted by the sword intent there. Yun Banqing spoke softly as they walked. Besides that, it's said that vengeful spirits reside in the depths of Sword God's palace. They are the spirits of the dead experts from Sword God's palace, and they are extremely dangerous. If we aren't careful and encounter them, then it'll practically definitely lead to our death. Moreover, sword formations are all over the area. Even though the sword formations are damaged, their strength can't be underestimated. As for the complete sword formations, they are even more terrifying. In short, we have to be careful. Yang Yi looked up towards the distance. So long as we enter Sword God's palace, it won't be dangerous but safe to me. Yun Banqing's eyelids twitched. She glanced at him and remained silent. But she slowly clenched her fists. Suddenly, Yang Yi and Yun Banqing stopped because over 20 people were standing in front of them, and a bald man with a huge axe in his grasp led the group. All of them were quasi-emperors. The bald man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. You killed my brother? Yang Yi frowned. Your brother? It was him. Meanwhile, a young man beside the bald man spoke. He tossed second brother's corpse down the pavilion last night. So you were talking about him? Yang Yi nodded. I did kill him. Who the fuck gave you the courage to kill a brother of mine? The bald man gazed at Yang Yi and Yun Banqing as he spoke ferociously. Don't kill the woman, but don't kill the man as well. Keep them alive! As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people by his side charged at Yang Yi and Yun Banqing. However, they'd only just charged forward when they were blasted flying, and their bodies transformed into piles of mush as they flew through the air. The Bale man and the others' expressions changed drastically at the sight of this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of the bald man. The bald man's pupils constricted, and then he swung his axe down at Yang Yi. Bang! The axe stopped when it was around 10 centimeters above Yang Yi's head because Yang Yi had grabbed its blade. The bald man was shocked. Meanwhile, his axe left his grasp, and then Yang Yi slammed it down at the bald man. It was a similar swing of the axe, but the outcome was completely different. Hiss! The bald man was chopped into 2 and both internal organs and blood sprayed all over the ground. The others were stunned, and the sound of wind being torn apart resounded when they finally recovered from their shock. After that, the axe started flying towards them. In just a few breaths of time, over 20 corpses were lying on the ground. Yang Yi patted his hands together and gazed at Yun Banqing. Let's go! She glanced at him, nodded, and followed behind him. You're too violent! Yun Banqing spoke abruptly after some time passed. Violence is good for resolving problems. Yang Yi glanced at her while he spoke. Don't tell me you think they were pitiable. She shook her head. They targeted us last night. If we were weak, then we would be the ones who suffered and not them. Yang Yi said. People like to feel pity for the weak, yet they don't realize that many of the weak aren't worthy of pity. Because if they had the chance, those weak people would be even more cruel and ruthless than others. Yun Banqing nodded slightly, and then she just sped up in silence. After a long time passed, both of them arrived before the city gates. But right when they were about to leave the city, a voice suddenly resounded from behind them. "Wait!" Both of them stopped and turned around to look towards the source of the voice. Lin Huang's group was walking towards them, and it was Lin Huang who'd spoken those words. Yang Yi glanced at Lin Huang before he took Yun Banqing's hand, turned around, and continued forward. Lin Huang and the others were stunned by this scene, and then their faces turned gloomy. Especially Lin Huang. Lin Huang's figure flashed forward to obstruct Yang Yi and Yun Banqing's path. He looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, "I asked you to wait. Didn't you hear me?" Yang Yi took a step forward and looked straight at Lin Huang. "Who do you think you are?" Chapter 1240 Get Past Me If You Can. Chapter 1240 Get Past Me If You Can. Who do you think you are? Everyone here was stunned upon hearing Yang Yi. Especially Lin Huang, because he hadn't expected Yang Yi to dare speak in such a way. Once he recovered from his shock, Lin Huang's face immediately became gloomy. "Was I too courteous to you that you think I'm someone you can just bully with ease?" Yang Yi took 2 steps forward and arrived in front of Lin Huang. "Move aside?" Lin Huang started laughing from extreme rage. "Get past me if you can!" As soon as Lin Huang finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly slammed his fist at Lin Huang's stomach. Bang! At the moment Yang Yi's fist had just slammed against Lin Huang's stomach, a ray of dazzling golden light had suddenly erupted from there. However, it merely lasted for an instant before it shattered into bits. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Lin Huang's mouth while his figure was blasted away and slammed against the city walls. The entire wall trembled while his figure crashed to the ground. Everyone else here was stunned. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to attack in an instant, and they hadn't expected Lin Huang to be incapable of even resisting Yang Yi. Their gazes had descended onto Yang Yi, and their eyes were filled with shock. They're both quasi-emperors, so why is the gap between them so huge? Suddenly, an old man appeared behind Yang Yi, and he slammed his palm at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he turned around and slammed his fist forward. Bang! Yang Yi's figure remained on the spot while the old man was pushed around 100 m back. The spectators' pupils constricted. It wasn't just shock that was in their eyes now, there was astonishment there. Because the old man was an emperor. The old man gazed at his palm that had been twisted out of shape, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. His eyes were filled with shock. "Who are you?" Yang Yi didn't answer the old man. He turned around to look at Yun Banqing. "Let's go." "Go? Why don't the two of you just try to leave?" Meanwhile, Lin Huang suddenly stood up from the ground. At this moment, there was no indifference and calm left on his face, and his face was covered in ferocity and madness instead. Yang Yi glanced at Lin Huang's chest. There was a golden armor beneath Lin Huang's damaged clothes. It was exactly that armor which allowed Lin Huang to escape with just light injuries after suffering a punch from Yang Yi. However, the golden armor had split apart and was on the verge of being destroyed. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and clenched his right fist slowly. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly walked forward to stand in front of Yang Yi, and she gazed at Lin Huang and said, "Young Master Lin, there's no enmity between us. So, there's really no need to fight to the end for a small misunderstanding. It isn't beneficial to us, and it's not beneficial for all of you as well, right?" Lin Huang's gaze shot to Yun Banqing. "Miss Yun, I'll give you a chance. Come over to my side right now and I'll let bygones be bygones." Yun Banqing gazed at Lin Huang for a long time, and then she moved behind Yang Yi and fell silent. Lin Huang's face became gloomy from the sight of this. "All right. You chose that. So don't blame me later." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You killed Brother Umo, right?" Yang Yi replied, "So that's why you're here." "Yes, I did kill him." Lin Huang's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, he vanished on the spot, and he was above Yang Yi when his figure appeared once more. At the same time, a spear had appeared in his grasp, and he stabbed the spear, which emanated a ghastly glow, at Yang Yi. However, everyone was stunned again in just a moment, because Yang Yi had grabbed the tip of Lin Huang's spear. Lin Huang's pupils constricted while astonishment filled his eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly struck the spear. Pooh! Lin Huang spat out a mouthful of blood while his hand which grasped the spear started to crack apart, and his figure was blasted away. Yang Yi was about to launch another attack when the old man appeared in front of him again, and then the aura of an emperor swept down towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi swung his fist. Bang! The pressure vanished in an instant, and then Yang Ye's figure shot forward like a cannonball while he swung his fist at the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed while a trace of seriousness could be seen in his eyes. He didn't dare act carelessly and withdrew a pitched black iron rod. After that, he waved it horizontally at Yang Yi, but Yang Yi didn't dodge and just struck it with his fist. Bang! The old man and his iron rod shook violently from the collision, and then the spectators watched shocked as the old man moved back repeatedly. Yang Yi didn't stop. He stomped his right foot against the ground and shot forward before whipping his leg at the old man. The old man was shocked, and he immediately tossed the iron rod at Yang Yi. Bang! The iron rod was instantly blasted apart by the force carried in Yang Ye's kick. Meanwhile, the old man's figure appeared 300 m away. At the same time, another iron rod had appeared in his grasp. Yang Yi didn't launch another attack, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Because the old man's aura was growing stronger and stronger, and a strand of violent energy was surging out incessantly from the iron rod. Meanwhile, the old man's figure suddenly shot at Yang Yi. Because he was too swift, numerous seemingly real afterimages were left behind in his wake. Rod tornado. The old man's voice resounded abruptly, and then countless rod images appeared in the surroundings and descended upon Yang Yi. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly while the space and ground here shook violently. As for the spectators, they moved backwards repeatedly as they were afraid of being affected by the aftershock from the collision between Yang Yi and the old man. Yun Banqing's expression was very calm instead. Amongst all the people here, she knew Yang Ye's strength the best. Not to mention a single emperor, even two more might not be able to defeat Yang Yi. Bang! Meanwhile, a loud explosion resounded, and then the countless rod images were obliterated. At the same time, Yang Yi and the old man appeared before the others. They were 300 m apart. There was no difference in Yang Ye's appearance, but there was an extremely striking trace of blood on the corner of the old man's mouth. Besides that, only half of the rod in his hand remained. The emperor was injured instead? The spectators' minds went blank. Meanwhile, Lin Huang's eyes opened wide as he gazed at Yang Yi, and they were filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to be actually capable of injuring an emperor. After all, he knew how strong the old man was. If he used his full strength, he could fight an emperor for a long time, but he could absolutely not fight the old man. There was a difference in strength between emperors, and the old man was much stronger than ordinary emperors. The old man gazed at Yang Yi while an extremely solemn expression covered his face. Who exactly are you? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.